I'm always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now. Always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now. When we were young, we started out as best friends. You and I together, we did mostly anything to keep our friendship alive. Like when I saw you crying and feeling down, and there was no one there, I was around. I'm always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now. Always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now. And now you're leaving me far behind. Far behind. How you gonna find someone else with a heart like mine? Say you don't appreciate with what I do. Well, how am I supposed to feel if I don't have you? I feel nothing but emptiness when I'm there without you. When I'm there without I'm always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now. Always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now. Woman, me never gonna leave your side. That will be the day the ocean water run dry. Trust that me hands are to dry your eyes from your crying, from your crying, from your crying.
Checkmate, you're supposed to protect the king, but not I. I'ma never reach the queen and she's mine. I don't wanna question fate or jump on the landmine just to keep you safe. If you leave, I don't think I'll be the same and no sunshine. It don't ever rain in my heart. It will never be contained in my soul. It will never be unchanged.
Traveling in the plane, paddling in the boat. If you know what I know, then you will never go low-tane. My destination always ends with you. Traveling in the plane, paddling in the boat. If you know what I know, then you will never go low-tane. My destination always ends with you. I'm always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now. Always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now. I'm always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now. Always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now.
KUAM-FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
I've been told I'm living like a star. Hotel rich champagne and caviar, but no one ever showed me the reverse. And that really hurts, babe, that really hurts. Try to sell your body and your soul. It's the price you pay for rock and roll. And no one understands it, how you feel. For it's so unreal. Whoa, it's so unreal. Baby, don't you cry for me. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Thought I knew what the life would be. It's an illusion, just drink and then you lose control. Then on stage I feel the fire burn. There is no return, always on the run. I give it to you, babe, with all my heart. For it's not too late. Oh, it's not too late. Baby, don't you cry for me. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Thought I knew what our life should be. It's an illusion, just an illusion.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
I'm not your chauffeur, girl, yeah. You can miss me with that, but you got my full attention, and that's a fact. Let me be your one and only, to taste all your love with the care for your pleasure. Ooh, yeah, stuck on my fire.
Stuck on my fire.
Tossing the lighter.
Tossing the lighter.
Temperature's rising. You'll be my daughter. Fold you up and walk away. Don't let this name tag fool you. 'Cause I've got a person on loving you. Girl, I don't wanna be a chauffeur. I don't wanna be some kind of friend. Give you sweet love and devotion. Baby, let me do my thing. Watch out. There's no limitations of what we can be, girl. Eternity. If it's a cruise in your ocean or swim in your sea, girl, it's on a way. If only you permit me a taste of your love with the care for your pleasure. Ooh, yeah, stuck on my fire.
Stuck on my fire.
Tossing the lighter.
Tossing the lighter.
Temperature's rising. You'll be my daughter. Fold you up and walk away. Don't let this name tag fool ya. 'Cause I've got a person on loving ya. But I don't wanna be a chauffeur. I don't wanna be some kind of friend. I'll give you sweet love and devotion. Baby, let me do my thing. I don't wanna be a chauffeur. I don't wanna be a chauffeur. I don't wanna be a chauffeur. A chauffeur girl, yeah. I don't wanna be a chauffeur. Hey, I don't wanna be a chauffeur.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
I've been there before I've seen many doors closing now, and now that I'm searching, well, it's you that I'm seeing. Ooh, she didn't want me to go now. Her tears slowly so closing now, and now that I'm searching, well, it's you that I'm seeing. Ooh, find my way back to my first love, back to my first love. The music, whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love, back to my first love, my first love, whoa, whoa. My room now, I'll share my food now, prepare a life for you, and I believe God bless your womb, provide a son or moon child. You are the apple of my eyes. Believe, find my way back to my first love, back to my first love, my first love. Whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love, back to my first love. The music, whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love, back to my first love. The music, whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love, back to my first love. The music.
Rosinha uli die sombranza maak et zo te saluda antes de niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a nogi distancia como gupugi palu zaniman malak guafi con una sugi airi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa giluk tanu man libri tentanu iti man ko badi.
Gloria, a big
touch me, you know I'll be touching you. That's the way it is. You know we can make it come true. You got to listen to the voices inside. There are wishes that sometimes hide. Listen to the voices inside. To you, yes, to you. Oh, sin ya, sumagahaurat. Feliz September, ay ay tabu na bottom, tumwa na upat sa abuela un día maga. Pues es como que conta sa para ako. Sede como que estoy aquí lo es como que conta sa para ako. Tahagu, hagu tahu. Won't you come and stay with me for a while? Sinya sumagahaurat. Maybe someday we might have a chance. Hear voices singing as we die. Canta, makakanta para ako. So listen to the voices. 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 Listen to the
Good morning, Guam.
I feel like I have to do like that James Brown thing for you. It's like, wait, you can't go on.
Yeah,
Gotta keep going.
I need my robe.
Yeah.
Are you gonna put the robe on me?
You need that cape.
And then I'll just faint at the end.
Yeah.
We got a lot of.
Then Sabrina will be in the back to that.
It's 6:21 Wednesday morning. Good morning, Jason Solis. Good morning, Joe Sir.
Good morning, boss.
With the nice outside cam. What's it like out there?
Very nice, boss.
Beautiful day in the neighborhood.
That was a great song.
That was awesome.
People in the comments were loving us. Okay, and I don't think we've ever played that before.
We have.
Yeah.
It's from a young Chamorro artist who's staying out in American states, Micah Garrido. He stage name is Manaitai. Inner Voices. That's obviously a cover of the classic Mariana's Homegrown cut, performed by Chuck McJohn, of course, and J.D. Crutch, where they kind of went back and forth. Right? Remember that?
Yep.
That was cool. Little call and response
Chuck
back in the
McJohn,
day.
of course, the dad of Frankie McJohn.
Of the John Dank Show. Right
yeah,
on.
from John Dank Show. Talented family.
Yeah. So that's what that was. Smooth though, right? That was like, what do you call it? It was some baby face.
Yeah, it's not, well, you were saying, before we went on, it's like, yeah, it's like produced like almost LA style, but everybody in the comments was like, wow, this is a smooth, mellow vibe to get the show
Yeah, I
started.
know. You'd almost be like, hey, girl, how you waking up this morning? Let me just play this little music. Because it's called Inner Voices.
I know you're waking up with a link there.
But I hope I'm in her thoughts.
Joser's going to go outside and get a nice sunrise for
Hey,
you.
all right, girl. I hope you like empanada.
We made it extra spicy
Just for you.
for your fine butt.
You just went a little
A little bit too much?
fine butt. Okay. Is that okay, guys?
sorry.
Fine. I don't know. It's 2021. You got people out here saying WAP.
Okay,
I
and
think you can say fine butt.
since we're talking about people being way too overly sensitive, whoever complained and made sure that now the Muppet Show on Disney Plus has that disclaimer about, the following may be offensive to some people.
Aye a day.
It's the Muppet Show, you guys. Come on.
Aye a day. Now there's just probably certain jokes that just don't fly nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. That was.
But you're right. It's the Muppet Show.
The Muppet Show. it's proper vaudeville. Come on.
But the woke generation will say that's why we're messed up is because we watched the Muppet Show.
Is we let so many things slide.
And it
over
was
the
just
years.
like we were bombarded by all these racist things on the Muppet Show.
When you have a frog kissing a pig, is that really so?
That
offensive?
almost seems like it's promoting inclusivity.
Yeah,
right?
You can make the argument for that.
Diversity in the Muppets.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys. 6:23. It's February 24th, Wednesday already. Real quick here. There's no classes today for Talafofo Elementary School because of a water outage.
Oh.
Right. So I think they were doing their face-to-face today, and there's no classes for Talafofo Elementary School due to Aya-Day no Hanum. It is Wednesday, coming up on the show this morning. Oh, who we got on the Facebook Live? Good morning, Facebook Live feed. And good morning to our viewers on KUAM TV. My name is Chris. This is the link.
Hey, and you know what? We want to do something special for those of you because so many people have been checking in, and we really appreciate it from Texas, and you guys are letting us know that it's been fine. Debbie, actually, in Kentucky was saying it's a beautiful day there. So you know what? For those of you in the Lone Star State, we want to do something special for you guys. Make sure that you DM us or email us, Chris@KUAM.com, Jason@KUAM.com, Sabrina@KUAM.com, Joser at KUAM.com. Just let us know because we want to feature you guys tomorrow. Let us know how you made it through the winter storm. And we're going to feature you guys tomorrow. If a bunch of you guys want to come on at the beginning of the show, just share your story. We'll give you guys about, 10 minutes. But most importantly, we just want to show that you guys are okay.
Right. Man, we
So
hope
let
you
us
are.
know. Message us, please.
Hey, at Facebook Live, Princess Meno. Good morning, Guam. Bernie Paul writes, Nestle Ranim and half a day. Rosemary Laguatni. Good morning, team. Good morning, Rosemary.
Rosemary's normally the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jamie Lynn Franny Cruz. Good morning, Guam. Emma Olalia. Good morning. Good morning, Emma. Luz Leonis. Good morning, Link team. Chris, Sabrina, Jason. Stay safe. Be healthy. Watching from San Antonio, Texas.
All right.
Debbie Davis, Mama Bear, of course, having a great day. It's a beautiful 68 degrees in Bardstown, Kentucky today. Wow.
68 is actually, do Statesiders consider that balmy?
That's like a nice day in the States.
68 degrees in the States would be, 80, 87 here.
I don't know, but my aircon's at 71, and it was freezing, so.
Wow.
68 to me, that's cold. But if you're in the States and you're moving around, it doesn't feel like 68. Probably feels like 80.
Yeah.
I'm guessing. It's all relative. Who else we got here? Lawrence Quintanilla, Guam, USA, where America's Day begins. Agate rules. Well, good morning on you too, Lawrence.
Oh, yeah.
Gene Camacho Buenas from Piga Machanao on this Wednesday. What's happening today, guys?
Happy hour at
The bars.
5 p.m.
Yep, there you go.
please be safe, everybody. We know the businesses are going to do all they can because they've been waiting almost, I think, in excess of 200 days to actually reopen. So, you know, they're going to work hard and do everything they can to make sure it's a safe environment so they can stay open. But please, as consumers, as patrons, watch your own back too, and take care of yourself and your neighbors when you go out.
Watch your own back, but don't get a stiff neck doing it.
Yeah, and don't sing.
Right, yes, that's right. Most importantly, there's absolutely no dancing allowed.
Only tapping and snapping.
Tapping and snapping.
This
so
is even more extreme than
Hey.
remember that, Chris, when you used to ask
Hey,
her-
I'm digging this live music here from this hip cat. All right. Hey, no singing along, girl.
That's actually gonna be weird for some performers because, you know, most performers are like, all right, everybody, can you sing along with me, please?
Right. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Yeah.
I don't want you to get a ticket. When I say hey, you say, oh, don't say anything,
Yeah.
guys. Can't say anything.
The roof is on.
Oh,
Nope.
I got this, guys.
Yeah.
From behind my 6-foot plexiglass.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, it is what it is. That's what you got to do to be safe. Then I guess that's what you got to do to be safe.
Take what you can get and make sure it stays that way.
Right.
At least for now. But please, everybody, if you do plan on patronizing the various watering holes today, starting at 5 p.m., please be safe, do the right thing, and be smart.
Right on.
Oh, you know what? Can we do something? We normally save like our Cover Me segment, but
Okay.
because everybody really enjoyed that jam, the cover of Voices and everything.
Yeah.
We actually have a very special.
Hold on.
Yeah, cover. Okay, well, Chris brings it up. Let me give you some backstory, right? Mark Mendiola, our very good friend, he's been on the show dozens of times. He's
This is that rap thing.
Huh?
This is a rap thing, right?
Well, it is by 4 members of the Mendiola family. It is by Chris Mendiola, Taryn Mendiola, Jason Mendiola, and Rufalino Jr. Mendiola to honor their late father, Rufalino Sr. So they actually put this together. And Mark, I was even asking him, I was like, you know, like, we'll totally play it and everything. It's awesome. You know, how are you related? And I think it just came his way. But he said he's going to let the family know. And they may be watching. So Mendiola family, thank you for sharing your gift and your art and your song with us. But this is a song that they wrote and performed, and it's called Without You. And
Right.
it is an amazing production and a way to honor the memory of their father.
Okay, and we'll do that right now. It's brought to you by Burger King, where you can get the BK Big Fish. It's Lent friendly, so is the Impossible Whopper. You could do a big mullard on God. Be like, this Whopper's so good on a Friday, God. And then he's going to be like getting his lightning bolt ready, and you're like, it's vegan. It's an Impossible Whopper. Oh, get wrecked, God. So it's available at all the Burger King locations. All right, Airport, Hagåtña, and Micro Mall. It's BK Big Fish, Impossible Whopper. Burger King, proud to present Cover Me.
He's like life is like a movie scene.
Hey, boys.
Hey, Mom. Hey, Mama. Hey, Mom.
Hey, why don't you guys do something for Dad?
What you thinking? Like what?
You know what you're good at.
I always thought I knew what love was until your heart stopped beating. I used to think that you were bulletproof, but then I realized that everyone stops breathing. And even though the cold reality that no one lives forever, even though we like believing it, I can't help but feel angry, even though that God, the one that's choosing who he's taking and he's leaving. I wish this life was like the movie screens, so I can rewind your movie scenes and watch the better parts of you and show your grandbabies who you were and what you really mean to me. I see your smiles in my memories. I wish your voice was more reality. I miss your touch because I'm hurting, even though I know you're sleeping painlessly above the stars. And you were always irreplaceable. You were a blessing, see, I thank God for making you. It's been a long road, I'm glad that you were able to be a part of my life and everyone that relates to you. I know that deep down, you fought until that last moment, even though I wish that we can keep the party going. Cause death is unexpected, even though we've always known it. You can never plan to lose for what you're losing in the moment. Love you, Pops.
And Papa, we cry for you. You know
way to have another brighter day. Maybe find the words to say what you really meant to me. But the time has passed, you done took your final gasp. Now we're out here thinking of the past without an hourglass. Oh, how the tides have changed, our roads are rearranged. Forced to write another chapter, not wanting to turn the page. You're in a better place, but we're all still stuck in hell. One day we will reunite, one day we will all prevail. If I'm supposed to live, how am I supposed to try? Without the rock that gave me life, all I do is cry. Give me one more minute, I promise I'll be there. I swear to God, if this is in his plans, then this life ain't fair. I was on my way, but I arrived too late. I wish that I could hold your hand before you crossed the pearly gate. I don't blame you that you couldn't wait. Actually, I'm happy that you did this in your own way, Pops. I love you, by the way, this is your boy Jay. Reserve a place for me so we can drink and laugh the night away. You raised us right, Mom is gonna be fine. The three of us will keep her safe, your legacy will be aligned. And if there's something that you need from me to do, I'll find you in my dreams so I can keep my word to you. I love you, Pops, till we meet again. Rest easy, in paradise.
And Papa, we cry for you. You know you're not here, but we can't be without you.
My heart is sinking low, life is seeming oh so cold, I'm about to fold. My favorite dude with the heart of gold has left this life. It's hard to jam with that empty seat, this road ain't right. Recite the rosary, memory of you holding me. Rolling up that Saturday night, you saying roll with me. Wheels were turning, had a smile saying this the life. On a mission with my hero to the Frisco lights. I salute you, you're everything that I'm used to. Cruising, fishing, shooting, jamming, laughing, man, I knew you. I'm on my way, but got some things that'll take a bit. Cause you told me light it up, I'm gonna burn this ish. We were flying high to the top and I will keep on going with your smile that'll never die. Nothing measures to the pleasures looking in your eyes. When you talked about one day you're in that paradise. My tears are falling but you catch it before it hits the ground. Hand on my shoulder saying boy you gotta look around. Gotta be tough, keep your head up like I always said. God and family at the table so we all break bread. But I'm cloudy, eyes are blurry, my feet is dragging slow. Even though I'm in a hurry, a vision of you will never fade. Till my dying days, your touch and memories can never ever be replaced.
And Papa, we cry for you. You know you're not here, but we can't be without you. To be without you, we know, we know, we know, we can't. Oh, you know we're gonna be alright. We know.
We played that. That is called Without You, and it's performed by members of the Mendiola family.
Yes, for their in memory of their late father, Rufalino Mendiola Sr. Once
Right.
again, those performers were Chris Mendiola, Taryn Mendiola.
I think this is a clip of him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go. See, he's changed, so he's changed so much.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you were really paying attention to the lyrics, I mean, that was really, really heartfelt.
Yeah,
so,
good
so
stuff.
Mark just reached out to me in the middle of yesterday morning after we were already off the air, and he was like, "Hey, man, just passing this on. Do you think you'd be able to play this?" I'm like, "Absolutely." So thank you, Mendiola family, and thank you, Mark, for sharing that with us. Great job.
Yeah, it was awesome. It's 6:35, guys. Let's go ahead and jump into the news here on The Link, which is brought to you by Carrier IT&E and Calvo Enterprises. Sabrina Salas Mantonani, of course, comes in at 8 as we've changed things up just a little bit as Joan is on leave. So here with the very latest from the KUAM News team, Jason Salas. Good morning, Jason.
All right, good morning, everybody. Hafaday, Guam. Out of 605 tests performed on Monday, 0 samples, none returned positive for COVID-19. Guam's case count remains at 7,727 with 42 active cases, and there have been 7,555 recoveries. Guam's CAR score for the second straight day is 0.2. Some 48,039 people have been vaccinated on the island, with about a third of those having received both doses. Remember, you need 2. There are only a little more than 3,200 doses of the coronavirus vaccine left before Guam is set to receive its next shipment for March. Public Health is offering free COVID-19 testing tomorrow on Thursday. The clinic will be held at the Old Carnival Grounds in Teedzin from 9 in the morning until high noon, with results available on site. Please bring a photo ID with you. You do not have to have symptoms if you want to take advantage of the free testing. Once again, at the Old Carnival Grounds in Teedzin, starting at 9 in the morning and lasting until lunchtime. That's on Thursday. In other news, the Archdiocese of Agana is not eligible for federal financial assistance under the Paycheck Protection Program. District Court of Guam Chief Judge Francis Tydinko Gatewood issued a ruling that the local church's bankruptcy status disqualifies it from the PPP. The Archdiocese, as you may know, had sued the U.S. Small Business Administration after its application for financial assistance under the PPP program was denied. The 11th Circuit Court found that in the pandemic relief law, Congress didn't specifically address the eligibility of bankrupt entities and left it up to the SBA. In similar news, the Chief Judge also ruled members of Guam's Healing Arts Commission are dismissed from the abortion lawsuit brought forth by 2 Hawaii doctors and the ACLU. She found the commission does not have any statutory or regulatory authority over medication abortion services. That suit argues that local law requiring face-to-face abortion services by doctors precludes the rights of patients to be treated via telemedicine. Both the plaintiffs and defendants stipulated to the decision. Well, Chris, all of us love sports on the show. Joseph is a big sports fan, and as you are now well aware, Guam, after nearly a year of planning, canceling, and waiting, sports will resume. Non-contact competition has been permitted starting March the 1st, and with a look at how this affects those athletes taking the court and the field, as well as those coaches and administrators running the show, is KUM's Dave Delgado.
What's up, Guam? Dave Delgado here for KUAM Sports. Thanks for watching. Tonight on the show, we're going to hear from boys high school volleyball coach Rod Palmer from the Teedzin High Titans. We'll hear from some of the players as well. Sports just right around the corner, beginning March 1st. Everyone's excited. Local interscholastic sports leagues, ESA and IIAAG, are excited to get back into competition. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero signed an executive order last Friday allowing for the return of non-contact sports competition to resume on March 1st, so long as guidelines and safety protocols are approved by Public Health. Athletes and coaches have waited nearly a year to get back into competition and have been training for their respective sports.
Well, the kids are really excited. I'm really excited for both our boys and our girls teams. The boys and girls have been prepping for about a month. We need a lot of work. We're very young, but the kids are excited to get out there and show their best.
Boys and girls cross country, tennis, girls softball, and boys and girls volleyball are all scheduled to begin March 1st for ESA.
Just as long as we follow the COVID protocols and they stay according to the rules and follow those rules, we're going to be good to go.
ESA League Director Al Garrido has been working closely with athletic directors and coaches throughout the pandemic. We are elated. We know that this was a long time coming, and it's actually an entire community effort. If you think about it, the community's efforts to get vaccinated and to follow the guidelines contributed to the numbers dropping. The governor and DPHSS are doing their best to keep everyone safe, so we were very patient and wanted to let them know we support their decisions. Coach Palmer said the Titan athletes are excited to get back to sports and some sense of normalcy.
I just think that during quarantine, everyone was struggling because they're used to where they have friends to talk to in sports. But after a while and they're coming back, I'm sure they'll be grateful for this opportunity to play sports again and to actually talk with other people in person.
I'm very excited, especially with my team. We've been training for this. We've been doing workouts during quarantine especially, and just excited to be with my team again. Looking forward to competing with other schools, especially with the challenge, especially now. So I'm just wanted to see other schools and hopefully win a championship.
As a result of how the pandemic has impacted sports, GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez has invited IIAAG to team up for the return of sports. IIAAG President Terry DeBold says, "We've been training, practicing since December. Our rosters are complete and athletes are anxious to resume play. I'm grateful that conditions have improved to the point that we will see interscholastic sports.
So once again, non-contact sports resume on March the 1st. You can check out KUM.com for everything that's going on with the return of local athletics. Well, remember everybody, happy hour today will be just that, as bars and taverns are set to reopen at 5 p.m. today. That and many more local news headlines are now standing by with KUM's Adriana Cotero from the newsroom.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Adriana Cotero with your headlines. Over 100 prisoners at the Department of Corrections suffer from some degree of mental health illnesses, and Gov Guam is recognizing this major gap in services within the prison population. The Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center will be enhancing the mental health treatment program at DOC. Last summer, an executive order was signed by Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, mandating Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center to take over the mental health services at the Department of Corrections. According to GBHWC Director Therese Areola, the two agencies are currently penning a Memorandum of Understanding agreement. Areola says there are no drug and alcohol groups being offered to the nearly 80% of prisoners incarcerated for drug and alcohol-related crimes. And it's time to call in the subject experts for the right life-changing services.
So we got together and we said, you know, this is crazy. What do we do? What's missing? And what's missing is proper program in the Department of Correction for that captive audience that was put in jail because of either, you know, something with drug related or alcohol related, and they need to go through programs. They need to go through education. They need to go through groups. They need to get the skills and the mindset that they can get out of this, so that when they eventually serve their time, they can go out in the community and make better choices.
The reason for the agreement is to create policy, as GBHWC does not know how to be in a correctional facility, to establish and stand up programs. According to DOC Deputy Director Robert Camacho, they have received the first draft of the agreement. However, they plan to send an amended proposal by the end of this week.
I have to go back with all my division heads and get their input and find out, what may be their concerns or what possibly improvements to the MOA they would like to see. Just the duties and responsibilities for each section. That way, we're not having duplication of services or, having conflicts of who's responsible for what areas.
In order to ensure the enhancements are meeting national requirements, GBHWC has brought in national consultant Dr. Deborah Pinels by way of their federal funds. Once the MOU is officially signed off, then the transition will occur, in which Camacho says will be similar to having a Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Annex on the Manilao compound.
We're putting this proposal out, and it's going to be reviewed by, this consultant. So again, it's just a lot of things. We're also looking at, we're trying to be in line with the national standards for correctional mental health services. So we're looking at all these different things, trying to, see what we can provide and work on towards that direction. Just looking forward to having them here and helping us, provide the much needed services.
The eviction moratorium will be lifted for commercial property starting next week, Monday, March 1st. Longtime property management company owner Chris Felix says some businesses will be forced out, but there won't be as many as might be expected after such a lengthy rental holiday. Nestor Canto has the story.
I'm glad the governor is doing this. I think it should have been looked at a while back ago. I've told the governor's staff that there comes a point where it just hurts everybody. You've got to let go and let this thing, let the chips fall where they may. I'm really glad the governor's opened up the bar and loosened the restaurants. Those were critical. That hurt Guam, it hurt us, it hurt the landlords, hurt the tenants, hurt the employment. I mean, that was just a vicious circle.
Felix expects about 10% of tenants will get the boot, but most businesses, he says, worked out agreements with their landlords months ago.
There are some tenants that have really bothered us. They've been open and they've been selling and they're not paying any rent at all. You know, there's a few of those. And so now starting March 1st, we'll be able to take some action on those. Again, most of the tenants and landlords have worked this problem out.
He says most of the laggards have been at the lower end of the rental scale, and there are others who just flatly abused the opportunity.
And it bothers me when I pull up to a building to collect rents and the tenant just basically laughs at me and drives off in his brand new car.
The residential moratorium remains in effect for now, but when it's lifted, Felix estimates about 10 to 15% will probably be kicked out.
And to be honest, those that are evicted probably kind of deserve to be evicted. That they, they have been receiving, many of them have been receiving funds, the unemployments, and have received the funds and spent it elsewhere. Nobody, they didn't save it. And they knew they didn't have to pay rent, so they just spent it. And now they're going to owe $6,000, $7,000, and they don't have it.
While residential tenants cannot be evicted for non-payment, they can be removed for some other just cause. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The Archdiocese of Agana is not eligible for federal financial assistance under the Paycheck Protection Program. District Court of Guam Chief Judge Francis Tadinko Gatewood issued a ruling that the local church's bankruptcy status disqualifies it from the PPP.
The Archdiocese of Agana had sued the U.S. Small Business Administration after its application for financial assistance under the Paycheck Protection Program was denied. Recipients of PPP loans or grants can use the money to cover payroll and other operational expenses. In her decision, Judge Gatewood wrote that she relied heavily on a December 2020 decision by the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. It was the first appellate court, she wrote, to rule on the legal issue, which other courts are currently split on. The 11th Circuit found that in the pandemic relief law, Congress did not specifically address the eligibility of bankrupt entities and left it up to the SBA. The SBA successfully argued that under its rules, bankruptcy status disqualifies an applicant. The 11th Circuit ruling states, quote, "We do not say this is an inevitable interpretation of the statute, but it is assuredly a permissible one." Judge Gatewood granted summary judgment in favor of the defendant SBA and denied the motion by the plaintiff, Archdiocese of Agana. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Separately, Judge Gatewood ruled that members of Guam's Healing Arts Commission are dismissed from the abortion lawsuit brought by 2 Hawaii doctors and the ACLU. The judge found that the commission does not have any statutory or regulatory authority over medication abortion services. Both the plaintiffs and defendants stipulated to the decision. Other government officials, including lead defendant Attorney General Liban Camacho, are still named in the suit, which argues that Guam law that requires face-to-face abortion services by doctors precludes the rights of patients to be treated via telemedicine. That's it for us here in the newsroom. I'm Adriana Cotero. Back to you in the Link Studio.
Thank you very much, Adriana. And finally, with some national headlines, more than 500,000 Americans have lost their lives due to coronavirus, including about 100,000 since President Joe Biden took office last month. Vaccine manufacturers are now telling lawmakers they're ramping up supply to protect more of their fellow countrymen from getting the virus.
President Biden ordered U.S. flags to fly at half staff this week for the 500,000 Americans who have died from the coronavirus. Amazing Grace played outside the White House Monday evening as 500 candles represented the grim milestone.
As we acknowledge the scale of this mass death in America, we remember each person and the life they lived.
You know, there's people behind the numbers. I mean, our mom's behind that number, and it's really sad.
Wendy Jensen's mother, Carol, died last March when the number of dead from COVID-19 was less than 2,000.
I love you. That's the last thing he said.
Rebecca Riley's husband, Michael, died just before Christmas.
It's indescribable. The pain feels like you're literally being punched in the stomach.
President Biden promised better days ahead.
This nation will know sunny days again. This nation will know joy again.
The House plans to vote this week on the Biden administration's massive COVID relief package, but it faces a tougher challenge in the Senate because Republicans say it's too expensive. And more vaccine relief is on the horizon. Manufacturers are testifying virtually before a House committee today, pledging to ramp up supply.
We are on track to make 120 million doses available for shipment by the end of March, and an additional 80 million doses by the end of May.
So far, more than 44 million Americans have received at least one dose of the vaccine. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Washington.
All right, everybody. Well, like we like to say here on the show, miss a link, miss a lot. So we got more news, more interviews, more fun, more music, more everything coming up. So please stay tuned because the link will continue right here on KUAM.
Dinner in a snap. You don't even have to leave the couch. Fast, safe, reliable delivery. Make the dash to Uno Go now. Uno-go.com or download at the App Store today. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Living in this tropical island, such a beautiful feeling. While the sunset in your eyes and the tide is getting high, it's kind of windy. Walking on the sand, I notice this beautiful lady. She's got dark brown hair and light brown eyes. I must be dreaming. It feels like I know her, but I've never met her before. I walked up to her and whispered these fine words. Tamarita girl, won't you dance with me? stars fall down to the sea. Yeah. Un fina na bunitan talawan ni Iunli.
Hey, we got a Facebook comment here. Good morning. Morning. 6:57. There's a bad accident in front of DMV. Thank you, Connie. And that's because cars are lining up at the Department of Rev and Tax to get in early as walk-ins in the morning. And so I've been talking about this for a few weeks now. They're lining up and they're coming out on the shoulder of the road, or from the shoulder onto the outer lane in Barragata Heights as you pass Vinny's store and go that way. So it's really dangerous. Like, you basically got to go in the center lane a little bit. So just be safe out there, guys. Yeah, and so thank you, Chubby, for that. And the line is just crazy. Barragata DMV traffic, like I said, it winds around the corner of Vinny's. They're trying different things. I know the other day they just had it straight all the way back behind that tire shop that's in Barragata Heights.
Commercial Tire Depot, I
right,
believe is the name, yeah.
And so now there's an accident as we're getting... can we pop this up, guys? Let me send you that.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you to our friend Chubby from Boca Box on the scene. Feel free to zoom in, Chubby, if you want to do a report. So we'll just pop that picture up. The accident, that's right in front of the Vinny's area, I guess. So yeah, it's really crazy around there, guys. But I don't know what to say. It's Pecor 3, and they're so backed up at Rev and Tax. There's just got to, and we have Daphne on all the time. And that, you know what? I think it was a valid question that someone had brought up about whether or not we need to entertain the idea of opening up some type of satellite location to kind of get rid of the bottleneck that's happening at DRT. Because, man, I know they're working hard. I know they're trying to get more people on board over at the department. We're always impressed with what the director has to say when she comes on, but I think at this point, it's clear that there are just so many people that need services at Rev and Tax, and they're having problems. I mean, at least initially in the beginning, right? Because the car flipped over.
Yeah, I mean, Joser's got that picture up right now, and obviously this happened after...
Way after I made my way through there.
Yeah, and...
I usually pass by there around 4.
I can't really tell what kind of vehicle that is, but looking at the undercarriage, it seems like the damage is pretty extensive, and the car obviously like on its side.
Right.
So we're going to reach out to the fire department, and we have been, as well as GPD, and find out what the traffic situation is.
Just got to be careful, guys, because like I said, like if you're not paying attention and you come to Barragata Heights and you're on that outer lane, you could easily wreck. Or if a car that's in that line is trying to like situate itself, they're encroaching in the roadway. And I'm not sure what happened, but last week, GPD was out there. They had GPD out there, and they were kind of like guiding stuff, and it was real organized. Like the cars were actually they were off the road. But I don't know if their GPD was just like, okay, tired of telling you guys already, or what happened. But I haven't seen them there the last couple of mornings. But what I have seen is the hardworking employees of Rev and Tax. So I just want to say thank you to these guys. They've adjusted their hours, obviously. So when we talk about adding some type of satellite location, that's not to say that they haven't already done things to alleviate the tremendous influx of customers at DMV, because they're opening at 6 in the morning, basically.
Yeah, and Chris, we got this is a map right now. I've popped up Google Maps there. Joseph,
thank you, Jay.
Yeah, but what you can see right here, if you, whoops, there you go. The very, very maroon line.
Yeah.
Heading from Barragata over towards the airport overpass on Route 16. You can really see that measures traffic density. So traffic is basically at a crawl going.
What is that, Jay? That's cool.
Yeah,
so that's Google Maps.
Google Maps.
And then how do you get to measure the traffic density?
You just bring up the satellite view.
So that red, can you zoom in on that, because it doesn't look so big on my screen?
Okay, there you go. Okay, yeah. So that's around starting at the mobile station where Subway is, and let me take you through there. So pretty much traffic, according to this, is backed up.
Right.
And we are heading right now, as I take you through this. That's in front of Reven-Tax right there.
And
where,
so what the red means, Jay, is that means that there's a lot of traffic in that area.
Yeah, so heading towards the airport. So what Connie sent us that picture, thank you, Connie, and gave us the heads up. So the traffic is basically not moving, and it appears to lighten up right after you pass, the side entrance to Reven-Tax where you get the...
Thank you to the KUAM Skycam, by the way. We finally got that chopper. Yeah, we got our invisible chopper out there in front of Reven-Tax. Thanks for that, Jay. That was cool, man.
Yeah, so in case you do need to get to the airport, if you're trying to get through from Barrigada to either take that route to Tamuning, get over down here to Harmon or Dedido, you might want to consider taking an alternate route, perhaps through Tidzin, because it looks like the traffic is not moving. And again, judging by the condition of that car, and GPD and the fire department are already on scene attending to those involved. Traffic may be delayed for a little bit.
Also, there's no water in Talafulfa, and Talafulfa Elementary School, home of the Tigers, does not have classes today. And also, shout out to Sean Gumatautau, who woke up with no water because he stays in Talafulfa. 702, guys. This is the link again. Yeah, here's who's coming up on the show. We're getting ready to Posnia of Gora. There's the mortgage relief, rent relief. Obviously, we just had Chris Felix on during the newscast, and he was talking about eviction, the eviction moratorium. So,
which has been lifted.
Well, it has kind of been lifted. To be clear, commercial evictions are being allowed, but residential evictions for non-payment are not being allowed, which to me basically means that landlords are going to get creative to find ways to evict maybe tenants who are behind on the rent. Maybe it's like, oh, you played your music too loud, or oh, your yard is messy, or whatever. Dog's too loud, right? You're blasting that. I don't like that music. Stuff like that. So, I thought it was interesting what he had said, Mr. Felix had said, was that, what did he say? There was a story he had about, was it he was trying to evict somebody, or?
He said, because as the realtor and the property manager, he said in that interview with Nestor, he goes, I work for landlords and the tenants, but he goes, it's happened on several occasions where he'll go there and try and collect, and a tenant, because they're protected by the moratorium, he said, they'll just laugh at him and say, I can't make my rent, and yet they speed away in a brand new car.
I'd like to see the video of that. But, on the flip side of that, there are people who are really hurting out here. There are people who got aid or don't get aid. Right now, there's people who are working reduced hours who are just get nothing. So people are really still, I believe, hurting out here. Are there those people who bought new cars with their PUA? Of course. Duh. But a lot of those cars are getting repossessed now. Yeah, I thought it was interesting that he basically said, oh, the governor should just lift the moratorium all the way and just let the chips fall where they may. And I'm pretty sure landlords would agree for the most part, right? But that's why I think it's really key to get some of this rent and mortgage relief. There's a couple things, and we'll kind of go on with Ray Tapasnia from Gora about it. I know that Guam Housing has something, and then Gora has something. I don't know if they're separate or if they're working in tandem with each other, but we will get Ray Tapasnia on in just a few minutes. Yes, Margaret Blas, Sabrina, she comments here, where is Sabrina? Her desk is empty today. Sabrina comes in at 8 around, usually a little early, because Joan Ogden Charfers is on leave, so Bree, who's a super news lady, is doing a lot of the news stuff, so, she can't work 24 hours a day, so she comes in at 8. Yeah. Okay, so, yes, that's what's going on with her. Henry Bryan writes, DRT should reopen their satellite office for driver's license renewals. Totally agree. I know they're trying to get some extra staff over there at Reven-Tax. There's definitely some hiring going on. They just hired a new deputy director at Reven-Tax. I think he's getting paid $90,000. So there's definitely hiring going on. I don't know if he's out there directing traffic or what, but what I like to see is it doesn't necessarily have to be about the hiring. We saw with the PUA when they stood up the PUA program and the FPUC, they detailed people from a bunch of different agencies to Department of Labor to help with the processing. Because remember, they said, so many people are going to be applying for this that we're just going to be inundated. Well, guess what? They're still inundated. Okay, people, I get so many text messages, comments from people who are trying to get through to DOL or Rev and Tax or any government agency. It's the same thing. I mean, you call 311, the same people are they're not getting through. They're just not getting through on the phone. Every time we get a director on here, you get it in the comments like, when is Rev and Tax going to answer their phone? Or I emailed DOL 5 years ago and I never got a response. So, it's just frustrating for our people. I get it, though. The employees are doing what they can. But it comes down to like a management decision, right? Management's got to get creative. Not just Daphne, because I feel like she is really creative. I mean, they're doing things like they're really trying to pump the online filing to alleviate the physical be there in person type of traffic and stuff. But, not everyone can file online, and there's certain things you can't do online. And there's also people don't know how to do online a lot of times. You think frickin' Tanana knows how to scan her paperwork into the... No, she doesn't. So, yeah, we got to get creative with it. There has to be some kind of assistance from Adelup to, like I said, detail extra bodies or... open up some other agency that's not doing anything and make it a satellite place for Rev and Tax to get. They just need help. But it's not even about Rev and Tax needing help. It's about our people having to wait in these crazy-ass long lines. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I know how we are on Guam. We get used to stuff and we just accept it. And we're like, oh, there's how it is. You got to line up 5 hours to get, your driver's license or whatever. But there's always got to be a better way. That's it. I'm not hating. I'm just stating there's always a better way. And we have so many intelligent people working in the government of Guam. So many great minds making good money. Let's put our heads together and come up with a solution for this. 708, this is the link. It's Wednesday, February 24th. So we were talking about this rent relief. And like I said, I know Guam Housing has one. Gura has one. And we got Gura's executive director, Ray Tapasnia on. Now, good morning, Ray.
Morning, Chris. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. So where are we on the status with that? And then if I know you're not the GHC person, but are there two different programs with rent and mortgage relief?
Well, there's been a mortgage relief program that's been in place for a few months now. And unfortunately, because the federal regs are so stringent, we haven't had a lot of success, but that is actually being administered under the Guam Housing Corporation.
Okay.
There's still a lot of money available. That's my understanding. So if you're behind in your mortgage and you've been affected by COVID, please submit an application to the Guam Housing Corp. But the rent relief, or actually it's called the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, is separate and apart from that. And the Department of Administration is actually going to be the lead agency. Gura has been providing technical assistance to DOA, and as well the Guam Housing Corp and the governor's office. We've been meeting quite regularly, actually once or twice a week, to stand up the program. I know there's a lot of frustration out there because the program has not been stood up, but I just want to let everybody know that it hasn't been stood up nationwide. That's my understanding. We're still waiting for the final guidelines to come out from the U.S. Treasury Department. That hasn't happened. We just yesterday, I believe there was an updated FAQ, or frequently asked questions, that's on their website. But aside from that, nothing is final with the federal government, but a lot of work has been done locally to get the program, to stand up the program. As I mentioned, between Gura, the Guam Housing Corp, and the governor's office, we've been meeting regularly and working with the Department of Administration. But, I can share a few details before we actually launch, just so that people are well prepared. So the day we launch, hopefully we won't have a lot of obstacles. But we're going to be asking people to go out to get some of the required documents that are going to be needed, such as you're going to need a photo ID, of course. That's the first. You would need to have a copy of your current lease agreement with your landlord. And then we would be asking for a proof of household income that was affected by COVID. For example, an unemployment letter from your employer. And then finally, a proof of unpaid rent or utilities. So if you can get a document from your landlord, say, for example, an eviction notice or your utility bill. So, we'll be asking the public to start getting those documents together so that when we officially launch, hopefully in the coming weeks or days, you'll be ready and you just submit your application and hopefully things will go pretty smooth. And if I can talk a little bit about the eligibility, because I know that's a question in minds. Of course, you have to qualify for the first thing based on the FAQs from the U.S. Treasury. You would have to qualify for unemployment benefits or experience a reduction in your household income due to COVID. The second eligibility requirement is you would have to demonstrate a risk of becoming homeless. For example, again, an eviction notice. And then the third requirement, which is where the challenge really, where we face challenges with the mortgage relief, is your household income has to be 80% of the area median income. And let me explain a little bit about that. You would say, for example, a household of three, you would have to be below approximately $46,800 in household income. A family of five, you would have to be below $56,200. I just want to put that out there so that we're not inundated by those that have income levels that are above that. And, certainly you're not going to qualify if that's the case. So,
Ray, do you think that are those the Treasury parameters for eligibility, or is that a local?
No, that's what we're viewing on the Treasury website. The HUD, or the Housing and Urban Development Authority, is actually working with the U.S. Treasury to develop the guidelines. Again, the final guidelines are not in place, but if you go into the U.S. Treasury website, there are frequently asked questions that are available. So you can read up on that and it will really bring you up to speed.
We had a comment here. Why would the governor lift the moratorium on evictions if the program is not available yet? That is such a valid point. But again, to be clear, the moratorium on evictions has been lifted, but not for non-payment for those who are behind in their rent. They still can't be evicted for that. But like I said, I'm pretty sure landlords are going to get creative. But Ray, what I'm wondering is, it's taken so long to stand this program up. Are there other ways? I mean, maybe not with GORA, but just riddle me this. Like, what if we just gave assistance out for rent relief or whatever type assistance? Do you think it'd be a lot quicker? The way they did the Mangafa or any of these other kind of programs where they're just like, hey, we're just going to give you money.
The thing about it is we need to be very careful, Chris, because we don't want to give out money, find out these folks or some of them may be ineligible, and then similar to PUA, then there would have to be repayment. So, and again, we're not even behind the 8 ball. No state or territory has actually officially launched. We think we're right on par, and once the U.S. Treasury gives us the green light, I think we'll be ready to launch just alongside with every other state.
Right. But I'm sure, Ray, that those people who are listening who are behind on their rent and waiting for some type of assistance, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be comfortable with that. Like, oh, hey, no one else has stood it up, so we're good.
Again, Chris, I empathize with everyone. I wish we could just, there's $33.6 million in the bank, but that's federal money and we have to follow federal guidelines. Yeah. So U.S. Treasury hasn't even finalized those guidelines. I wish they could move a lot quicker. I know we've been meeting regularly, so a lot of work is in place and we're ready to go once those guidelines are made available, and we can ensure that that every check that's dispersed is dispersed to an eligible applicant and not encounter some of the challenges we face in the beginning part of the pandemic. So, I wish I can say more, but If I can just say a few words about the moratorium on evictions.
Sure.
I believe that it's my understanding that you can only be evicted or you can't be evicted because you're late on your rent, but rather evicted for other reasons, such as domestic violence or a violation of your lease agreement, but not specifically because you're late on your rent. So I know there's a lot of people panicking out there on that. But believe me, you're not supposed to receive an eviction letter and be evicted just because you're 3, 4, or 5 months behind on rent.
Right. But also to my fellow renters out there, secure your area, because if the landlord can't evict you for non-payment, let's say, for example, you're behind 3 months on your rent, and landlord has said, damn, I can't kick this person out because they're late on their rent, but they got 3 trash bags in the yard, there's 5 chickens running around, this and that, you're out of here. So guys, I mean, just cover your bases, okay? That's all I would say, because I'm pretty sure, as a renter, I'm probably a little biased towards the renters, but I'm pretty sure landlords, especially the lower level ones, we're not talking about the slumlords or anything like that, but the lower level renters, people who have maybe a property that's in the family that they rent out, I'm pretty sure there's cases where they're hurting just as much as the tenants. So they're going to have to do what they have to do. And we see, businesses get creative and work around some of these protocols. You can expect landlords to do the same thing. So, don't go and think that, just because they can't kick me out as I'm late on my rent, that you're safe, because I don't think you are. And I know you got a bunch of other stuff to talk about. Ray, you want to start with the treatment centers? That's been kind of a recurring theme here on the show, is talking about the pandemic of crystal methamphetamine. And that's obviously one part of it, is getting up the treatment centers, the treatment sites. And that's where Gura comes in. So I saw that you guys have this, is it Guma Famalawan, the Women's Treatment Center?
Yes, we partnered up, of course, with the Salvation Army, and we're hoping to build or construct a drug rehab facility for women in Teton. Right now, we've already awarded the contract. The contractor is trying to secure the bonding that's necessary. And once that happens, then we'll be able to break ground on that project. So we're really excited about that. We're also we've also been talking to the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center and providing technical assistance to them for the drug and alcohol building right adjacent to their current building in Tumuning. I believe it's about a $6 million project. So Gura has been providing technical assistance on that. We are about 25% complete with the Central Arts Hall in Sinahanya. We broke ground on that right in the height of the pandemic, and that construction is moving along, even though we've had some challenges with skilled labor. And then the Umatic baseball field, it's about 60% complete. And again, we've had challenges with skilled labor, but we hope to cut the ribbon to that project shortly. The Sinahanya Fire Station, we issued a request for proposal for the design of that facility. We encountered a slight delay because between the Guam Fire Department and the governor's office, they had wanted us to incorporate an emergency 911 call center as part of the design. As you know, there's money available for that project. So that project would, when the design is complete, is going to have a fire station as well as the emergency 911 call center. And then there's the Telefofo former cottage home project. We've been working with behavioral health and DYA. This is a facility that was vacated back in, I believe, 2015, 2016. And it's completely abandoned. We took a look at that facility together with the Lieutenant Governor. And we had thought about possibly rehabilitating that facility or converting it into a drug rehab facility for men. And so we're working with behavioral health to do that. And then as well, we've been talking to the Guam Police Department about the construction of a Eastern Police Precinct. possibly down Calafofo. So that's one of the things that we're really excited about. And then finally, the Olympic-sized swimming pool. The request for proposal for design is already left my desk. We should be able to issue that shortly once the governor's office identifies the funding for that particular project. So we want to build that pool right away. We dumped the Agana pool closed down several months ago, and we need a facility. And then finally,
Sorry, Ray, the Olympic-sized swimming pool, would that be in the existing Agana pool site, or is there another property for that?
Well, what Gura had proposed was to build it in Derido. Agana is completely off the table, primarily because it's got structural issues due to the fact that it was actually built on wetlands. And surprisingly, it's been around for so many years, but the maintenance on that it's not worth it to keep that facility going anymore based on the engineering assessments that we received. So what we propose is to build a new Olympic-sized pool adjacent to the Derido pool, primarily because the infrastructure is already in place and the property is free and clear to build that pool. So if that is the location that gets the green light, the design won't take too long, and then construction won't take too long either. So we're crossing our fingers that the governor's office is able to identify the funding shortly, because we're ready to go. We're ready to design it and we're ready to construct it. And then two more other projects I just need to mention, but it's still in the permitting stage, is the Inarahan basketball court and the Mongmong Totumaiti basketball court. So, we've got a lot on our plate. Aside from that, we're doing so many, we have about 25 construction projects just with our public housing unit. So that's all ongoing. We provide homes to 4,800 plus families collectively with our housing programs. And for the record, Chris, no one's been evicted or received an eviction notice during the pandemic. So those families are you can rest assured that we're not out to get creative to try and evict anyone.
What about the solar at, was it Guma Tranquilidad that you guys were talking about that?
Yeah, we issued a request for proposal to partner up with a private company to provide solar energy to our Guma Tranquilidad residents. As you know, with all of our residents in our housing programs, we pay for the utilities. So we had thought about possibly looking at renewable energy to see whether there'll be a cost savings that's realized, and maybe the savings can be applied towards trying to improve the quality of lives of our Manamku down there. So we're waiting to receive, or the deadline to receive proposals is, I believe, first week of March. And once we get those, then we'll be able to review that, award it to a contractor, and hopefully bring solar technology to Guma Tranquilidad.
All right. Thanks for the update, Ray.
Thank you, Chris. And we do answer our phones at Gura, and if not, please let me know, and I will get on staff to do that.
Right on. There you go. Maybe you could get some of your phone answerers to go to these other agencies and help out. Thank you, Ray. There you go. Ray Tapasnia, Executive Director of Gura 725.
25 construction projects is a lot.
Yeah, that is. This is the link. Coming up, here's who's coming up on the show, guys. Speaker Therese Terlahi. We have an arrangement with the speaker every other Wednesday. She comes on for an update and just answer a bunch of questions. So we'll talk with Speaker Therese Terlahi coming up in just a few minutes. And then 8 o'clock, we're getting Superintendent of Education John Fernandez. And then we'll get Senator Talina Nelson, who is the Education Oversight Chair. She's also oversight chair of the port. And hopefully ask her about this audit that came out. I don't think there was a release from her office on this. And then Sergeant Paul Tapao of the Guam Police Department also coming in to give us an update here at 7:26. A couple things on our radar. Obviously, we were talking about this $500 fundraiser that's going on tonight. And just people are just really talking about it. And I don't know what I mean, to me, there's a whole bunch of different issues that are kind of highlighted by this. Well, I guess the first one, right, is that people are saying like, oh, that's why the governor opened the bars because she was going to have a fundraiser. I mean, I don't know. But again, a fundraiser like this, it takes a little time to put together. So I'm wondering if they did know what her decision was going to be. I mean, how hard would it be to say, Gov, when are you going to open the bars? Wednesday? Okay, we'll set our fundraiser for Wednesday, right? There's that. But then I think, to me, what is really interesting, it's more like the money and politics issue, because we've seen traditionally, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat governor, it really comes down to who spends the most money wins, right? I mean, I did some research. I know Calvo Tenorio 2010 spent $1.8 million. Lou and Josh, to get elected this time, spent about like $1.7 million. So it really comes down to who raises and spends the most money. And so that's why they're having these fundraisers, is because obviously they want another 4 years. And to get another 4 years, you got to have the money to do it. And the governor, I think she put in about $800,000 of her own money into her campaign last election. Obviously, you don't want to run a campaign like that where you're just shelling out almost $1 million of your own cash, which is crazy. I mean, who can afford to do that? But what I was saying was, with this fundraiser, I think what's really rubbing people raw is that it's a $500 a plate fundraiser. And we're just kind of sitting in this room thinking and going out there and talking to people like, who can afford to give $500 a plate? I mean, ice ain't even that expensive. But I think what's interesting to me is like, who can afford to do it? It's people who are either getting contracts from the government, working for the government, or people who want to get contracts for the government or want to work for the government. And so that's why I think people are upset about this. It's not that they're raising money for the reelection, because we all know that's just the way it is. It's just that we're all thinking, man, there's a whole class of people who can afford to drop $500 on for what, 15 minutes with the governor and lieutenant governor? That's what it is. We're just thinking, I mean, that's like more than a week of PUA. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. So, and I guess there's also the sentiment that we're so far out from the election. But again, I mean, it is politics. And what I'm wondering now is, if these guys are out here raising money this early, where are the Republicans? Right? Where are the Republicans? Who are they going to run? I've heard Frank Blas Jr.'s name mentioned, but that's about it. People talk about Senator Jim Moylan as a potential gubernatorial candidate. I would just say that I don't think he's ready. Not like, I just don't think he's ready. I think there's a lot of stuff that Lou and Josh can campaign on for the next election. I mean, we're in PCOR 3, right? Not a lot of places can say that. And that at the end of the day, no matter what issues we had during the course of this pandemic, they can sit there and say, hey, we led you guys through the wilderness and came out on the other side, knock on wood, barring any crazy surge or whatever. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. So when you kind of couple what they can say and what they can campaign on, with the fact that they're going to have a ton of money to spend, I just don't see the Republicans being able to mount a really serious challenge to Lou and Josh. I just don't, because you would need to come out now and start shaking the tree and posturing and doing all the things that, as candidates, that you need to do. Fortunately for Lou and Josh, they're already in office. You know what I mean? So this whole thing, I mean, it is what it is. It is a campaign. Right? Everything they do is a campaign. They just hired a digital engagement manager for $65,000 a year. This is kind of up your alley, Jay. Oh, because you're a digital media guy. He's just silent, stunned silence.
I'm gobsmacked, to be completely honest with you, because
yeah.
65K a year is a really generous salary, I would say.
I would say over generous. And the thing that gets me, it's like,
and digital. I'm just trying to see what the scope of work is for digital engagement.
I have the job description.
Oh, do you? I would
yes.
love to read
Fortunately, Crystal Paco San Augustine was able to provide this to me, and We're still waiting on the documents. I hear that they're being finalized, but I also heard that this individual, it's Logan Regis is who it is, started, I think, first day on the job, I want to say Monday. And so the job description for a digital engagement manager is as follows. But I just want to preface this by saying this job was not announced publicly. All right? It's an unclassified position. Which is crazy because when I started talking about this, I kind of talked about it a little bit on Twitter. I know a lot of people who do like the social media, whatever, posting stuff on social media, right? And I feel like, and I don't want to take anything away from what anybody does because social media is a big part of our, it's a big part of KUAM because obviously people are on social media, so we want to go there. But we're a media company. You know what I mean? It's a little different when you have a public entity like the governor's office hiring a digital engagement manager who, let's just be real, their job is basically going to be to post a bunch of nice stuff about the governor and lieutenant governor to posture for re-election. That's just what it is. That is what it is. It's not like the governor's office is kind of like an information-driven agency like DOE or public health or even Department of Labor, where you have these agencies that need to get this information out. The governor's office, it's like political. Come on. You look on the Facebook, you look on the Instagram, the types of videos that they come out with, they're not necessarily, hey, go here, do this to get that. It's all like, we did a great job in the pandemic. Look at the governor at the vaccine clinic. It's this fluffy stuff. So when you add that to it, I think it's just totally not warranted. Totally not warranted because if you look at the governor's social media, they already have people who are managing the digital engagement already. They prefer that method of communication as opposed to real live press conferences and stuff like that. There's a comment somewhere here that there's been, I think I tracked about 5 press conferences in the last 6 months. And so, yeah, the social media is a boon for politicians because it serves as a one-way communication. If you have a Facebook and you could put out whatever message you want, you don't have to worry about getting asked tough questions by Chris or Sabrina or, the Post or anything like that. You just put out your video and just leave it out there. So anyway, back to that job description before we get on to the speaker who's standing by. Digital engagement manager.
I would love to hear this.
Let me just for you guys, but you can't apply for this job. It's already been filled. And I'll just say it. This position was created.
Okay, so I should basically stop updating my LinkedIn
Stop
profile.
updating your LinkedIn. They didn't announce
Dang
it. Basically, it's a political position, unclassified. These are the positions where it's who you know. And the issue I have with the digital engagement manager, I feel like people are walking around here calling themselves digital engagement, and there's just no credentialing, maybe? I don't know. Because I feel like social media is still kind of new, and people could be like, I'm a social media. There are people who get degrees in it, right? But for the most part, on Guam, you just get people who figure out the algorithm and stuff. And there is a science behind it, but I'm just saying I don't believe that a public entity like the governor's office is justified to spend $65,000 when the private sector don't even spend that much. You go to the private sector, the digital engagement manager is wearing like 6 other hats.
Well, I was gonna say, because as someone who does work in various forms of technology, if you are a computer science graduate and you're gonna actually build the applications themselves,
right?
You're gonna spend time and you're gonna write the code and you're gonna do design and everything like that. And you're a first or second year computer science graduate. You're a software engineer. You're not going to make $65,000.
Yeah, but and just like kind of researching Logan Regis a little bit, it kind of seems like it just bounces around from job to job. And I'm not sure if there's a long track record of being a digital engagement, manager.
Remember in late 99, how it seemed like everybody and their dog was saying that they were like a Y2K consultant?
Right, yeah. No, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying is now everybody is a social media influencer. Everybody is. So let me just read this job description, guys. Digital engagement manager. The digital engagement manager is primarily responsible for managing Governor Leon Guerrero's online presence and maintaining digital lines of communication with the public. They will be responsible for broadening the reach of the governor's digital pathways and ensure digital content is delivered in an accurate and engaging way. They will develop, lead, and oversee an engaging digital media strategy, lead the creation of digital media content, maintain editorial calendars, coordinate digital content development with key stakeholders, and monitor and track results of social and digital communication efforts. Could you do that, Jay? How much would you do that for? You're like 40?
You say how much would I do that for, or how much would I pay someone to
But
do
do you
that
guys
for?
get it? It's digital. Okay? It's digital. And again, I don't know. I mean, there's like getting information out. But what's key here is engagement, right? So let's just be real. What they want, what the governor's office wants, is they want that Mike St. Nicholas level of social media engagement, because it's one thing to put information out, which is kind of like our job. But the governor's office is putting information out in an engaging way, meaning that they want to run it through the spin blender and make sure they get likes and comments. And so to me, it's just really a way to posture the governor to get a strong enough social media presence that she doesn't need the traditional media, doesn't have to deal with the traditional media, which she already kind of does. I mean, there's very limited engagement.
I think the cool kids, Chief, call that these days, they say controlling the narrative.
Right, exactly.
That's the fancy phrase that they
yeah,
use.
and that's what it is. That's why I have a problem with it. It's like, they're trying to shortchange minimum wage earners out of 50 cents, 50 frickin' cents an hour. And here comes the governor's office hiring people that they're connected with for $65,000. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know how you can stiff these people out here with this minimum wage delay, and then on the other side, you're just hiring people. You're giving raises. I also heard about, guys, there are people in Adelup who are getting $10,000 raises. We're just waiting on the paperwork, right? $10,000. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not called a raise. It's called a pay adjustment. So when you have these senators, the businesses coming on and they're saying, 50 cents an hour, it's going to break us. It's going to break us. But then you have Adelup giving out $10,000 in a pay adjustment. It's just not a good look at all. And it again just reinforces this train of thought that there's just one way for the government of Guam, specifically those who are in, and there's just another way out here where we're just left out here to die with no, reduced hours, PUA, no nothing. And meanwhile, on the other side, they're paying $500 a plate to go rub elbows with Lou and Josh, and we can't even get them on the link to answer questions. All right, rant over. 7:39. We're going to go in with Speaker Theresa Lahi next, right here on the link. Good morning.
Uno GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
This is the new way to dine in. Choose a restaurant, make your order, get your food delivered fast, safe, and reliably. Make the dash to Uno Go. Uno-go.com.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
A few of these fake accounts on her, but thank you guys for your engagement. I appreciate it. Vim V writes, bashing the need for social media. Come on, Chris. It's 2021, Shalu. To be clear, if you listened, which you obviously didn't, I'm not bashing the need for social media. I'm just saying the governor already has social media. She's strong on it. She's got Facebook, Instagram. She even got a Twitter. I'm not arguing the need for social media. I'm just saying this type of creation, this position, is merely meant to boost her status, her cred, if you will, for re-election. That's it. I understand the need for social media. Hello, we're on social media. 742, I wanted to bring Speaker Therese Terlaje, and I just want to start by saying I think it's just egregious that the digital engagement manager just hired at Adelup makes more than the senators. How the hell do you... That's... Sorry, no offense, Madam Speaker, but that just is like, ooh, boy. You're in the wrong line of work, Madam Speaker.
Trust me, I think about that sometimes.
I'm sure you do.
How's your Twitter game, Madam Speaker?
Yeah, how's your Twitter? Maybe you should put
not
in
so
an...
good, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't really see
But
you
I
on
like-
Twitter.
I like to read Twitter. There's some very clever comments there.
Right. It's 7:43. So, Speaker, of course, we bring you on every other Wednesday to kind of give us an update. And I know that a lot of people, the conversation, I think, since the voting has been on this public health emergency bill. Man, forgive me because I didn't, I'll just be honest, I didn't pay attention on the voting. But how did you vote on it? And then why? And then what did you think of the outcome and just the way forward for the, because you're the health chair and this bill deals with public health emergency bill, right? So go ahead.
So you're talking about Bill 11,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And that's the one that says it changes the existing chapter. I voted yes, by the way. So
Okay.
it changes the existing Chapter 19 law that was passed by previous legislatures. And that law gave the governor power to, declare an emergency for 30 days and then to extend that emergency for 30 days and to continue to do that. So the bill that we just passed allows the governor to declare an emergency for 90 days. So they extended that period, and then it allows the governor to extend after 90 days, after 3 months, for another 30 days with the consensus of the legislature. And that's the different part that all the objection that you're hearing is over. It's like for me, I voted yes because there's three things that were very important to me. One is, the governor has Organic Act powers. This bill does nothing to affect her Organic Act powers to declare an emergency like every other governor has used in emergencies. It does nothing to affect her Organic Act powers to take care of the health and safety of the people of Guam. It does nothing to affect her Organic Act powers to invoke quarantine and isolation when there's some disease that is, affecting the people of Guam. Those are very, very clear in the Organic Act. This bill that was passed only affects, and it doesn't affect any of the agencies' powers that have been given by statute. It doesn't affect any of the other governors' powers that are given by law. It only affects one law, and that's Chapter 19, the Health Emergencies Act. And it doesn't take away any powers in that Health Emergency Act. For example, the Public Health Authority still has the superpowers that it was given in that act. The governor still has the superpowers to waive all laws, licensing regulations, rules and regulations. All of that power is still intact. The only thing that has changed by this bill would be that after 90 days, after 3 months, the legislature should be brought in. They should be apprised of the situation. Are we still in an emergency after 3 months? Can you explain that to us? Can you, just get confirmation after 3 months as to the need to invoke the Chapter 19 superpowers, meaning at that point, after 3 months, do we still agree that the governor should invoke all the powers in Chapter 19? And like I said, it doesn't affect her Organic Act powers, on the other side. So this is a law that is very similar to other states. And so every state has, not every state, but most states have similar laws, and they tell the time of how long a governor can declare an emergency without getting the legislature's consensus. And so for many of them, it's 30 days. For some of them, it's even less. And we gave 90 days. So yeah, so for other states, I've seen 15 days, I've seen 5, I've seen after 2 days, you've got to call the legislature into session and, and discuss it. So I just think when we are in such an emergency that goes on for longer than 3 months, that's exactly the time when you want the legislature to be all hands on deck. You want them to do their job. You want them to be involved and to ensure that when we are waiving laws, that's the superpower in Chapter 19. And when we are going to invoke that, I think by all means, as representatives of the people of Guam, that's exactly when the legislature should say yes or no. And that's all they say. They don't say this is what public health is going to do. None of that. They say yes or no. Are we in an emergency?
Right.
Can you declare an emergency according to the statute? And Chris, we've seen so many emergencies on Guam, and I've never seen a legislature, impede governor's efforts in an emergency. I've only seen them try to help. So, I'm very confident that this is something that is going to help the people of Guam, and that's what I'm looking at when I voted on this bill.
Right,
Speaker.
Speaker.
The governor was by law that we overrode last year, mandated to report on the $117 million in CARES spending. We haven't received a final report on that. It was supposed to be a monthly report. We received 2 reports, and we're looking at a governor now who might receive $661 million. And if that's true, I especially think the legislature, better be all hands on deck and make sure that they do everything in their power to ensure that the people of Guam who need help the most are going to be the people of Guam who are served the most. And it's an unprecedented amount of money that's given to one governor. It's an unprecedented power that has been invoked by a governor. And so while I have utmost respect for the actual response that Guam has had in this pandemic, for all the frontliners, public health, the hospital, and the governor, her efforts, she's been bold. And I told her I absolutely respect that. But I am also a representative of the legislature. I'm a representative of the people of Guam. And I think you need to bring the people of Guam along when you are going to waive all other kinds of laws. And otherwise the legislature, going to go in there and start, I think taking away powers in this Chapter 19. And I don't think it needs to do that. I think it's a simple yes or no. Are we still in a state of emergency? Can you lay out why, in public?
Yeah, Speaker.
Really
I mean, so much of this,
transparency issue.
Right. So much of this response against this bill has been just so heavy-handed, and I feel like a lot of people have got caught up in this blame game. And I mean, our friend Glenn on the comments, I think it just really is so simple. His comment is here, it all boils down to basic checks and balances between executive and legislative branch of government. And I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but you guys failed you tried though, and I get it with the transparency bills and all that, but you're just not checking the governor in a way that you guys should be able to. I mean, you pass a law that she's got to report monthly the CARES Act expenditures. They do it twice and then nothing. And nothing today. We don't know where the money's going. She's anticipating, you're right, hundreds of millions of dollars coming in. And basically, if we look at how the CARES Act money was handled, the precedent has been set that the legislature has no business sticking their nose into how the governor spends this money, because she said you guys don't have the authority to appropriate it. But I want to go back to what the governor said in the press conference. And one of her arguments against this bill was she said, we all know how quickly the legislature cannot act. And so that was one of the arguments was that, hey, an emergency, things happen fast. And, to get all you senators together, it's like, we got one over here in Mongmong, the other one's in Molesto, and it's going to take a long I could see kind of through that argument, but how would you respond to that point?
Well, again, Chris, we're talking about after 3 months of being in an emergency, if she wants to renew, then the legislature, gets involved on a yes or no. That's it. And I cannot imagine, unless the senators are asleep, and they're not paying attention at all, that they're not trying to keep themselves informed, or that the governor has failed to keep anyone informed. And I haven't seen that. So I can't see why it would take any longer than an hour to convince them that we are still in an emergency. And you only need to convince 8 out of 15 senators. And if a governor cannot convince 8 out of 15 senators that we are in an emergency, especially in this case, then maybe there's something very wrong, right? And so I just can't see that. That seems a little bit silly to me, that the legislature can't act. The legislature can call itself into emergency session whenever it wants. It can act. And all it takes is it takes communication. Really, that's it. And so either we have a failed communication system, or we ensure that we have one that's going to work. I can't see any senator saying I'm not going to come to work.
I know, but Madam Speaker, obviously in the last term, the 35th Guam legislature, it was a whole different animal because you had Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes, and I'm not trying to compare you guys, but it is what it is. I mean, she is beholden to the governor, and I feel like there was this, maybe it didn't even need to be communicated that, hey, I'm leading this, you guys stay out of the way. And there were people who were complaining that you guys didn't get called into emergency session soon enough. So are you kind of trying to say that now that, not even now, but just in your position where you're at now, that you would act quickly, that it would be different?
I think anyone would. And in fact, Speaker Munoz Barnes, she did call us into special emergency sessions several times, in fact, to deal with different types of laws that were being waived, or that we wanted to, the governor wanted to have special powers on. Remember the roadblocks, the curfews, all of those things. But no, I can't see why anyone in my position as Speaker, and those before me, anyone after me, that they aren't going to hesitate at all to bring themselves into session when it is necessary for the people of Guam. I can't see that. In fact, I've seen the opposite. I've seen they're very willing to act quickly, drop everything when called into session.
Obviously, the governor is going to veto this, and it passed, was it 8-7?
Yes, 8-7.
And so is this the end of the line for this? Do you think, is there any chance of I don't know, it's not your bill, but I know you know things. Is there any chance of an override?
I'm not sure. I'll tell you, there's a heavy lobbying going on, and not just lobbying, but I know you heard, the directors on the radio yesterday. But,
they were calling me to come on, and they were like, can we go on and just take a crap on this bill? And I was like, yeah, okay, come on. I got toilet paper.
And I appreciate them and their efforts, but for me, it's like, that argument is nowhere near this bill. This bill doesn't affect their powers at all to do what they need to do at the hospital, to do what they need to do at public health. In fact, this bill preserves that public health authority, and it's a super authority. It's huge. Yeah. And nothing in this bill touches that. It touches the yes or no, are we in an emergency? And it doesn't even touch the governor's superpower. And so that's why, all these arguments about, you're going to stymie our response. Wrong. I think that's wrong, Chris. And I know it's wrong. And in fact, what I think is what we've seen in this pandemic. If you can bring the legislature along, if you can convince them we're in an emergency and we need to ignore procurement laws, we need to ignore open government laws, we need to ignore all other laws, that you need to invoke that power right now because that's the type of emergency we are having, then you will have, I think, by convincing the legislature of that, brought the people along in one fell swoop, because it's just reasonable. People are reasonable. The legislature is going to act in the best interest of all.
Right.
I believe.
I wanted to ask, do you have an update on the investigation with public health and the nurses and the whole thing with the quarantine and the alleged time falsification and all that?
Well, I hate to give, I have a lot of bad news today. So the bad news in that one is no, I don't have any report from the director. In fact, the update I received was that they're still looking into it. I continue to receive calls from nurses who are assigned to quarantine, who are saying that it looks to them like the ones who were, alleged to have, committed fraud on their timesheets by, doing things while they were on duty, or, poor management, that they have been just transferred, just moved around, and that so they have a different supervisor up there, and I think that's good. But this moving around people without getting to the bottom of the issue, I don't support that. And I told the director this, and he keeps saying he's waiting for is it somebody at DOA to do something with the timesheets, and so unfortunately I don't have their full response on it yet, and I need that in order to respond myself. However, I do continue to receive complaints, and they're very, very concerning to me. That I don't think it should be something swept under the rug. I think it should be dealt with. I don't want it to be perpetuated. I think it's had an effect on the morale already. I can tell from the calls that I'm receiving, and that's very important. These are our frontliners, and their morale, I think, should be one of our biggest concerns.
So, Madam Speaker, would you say that there's been because when this kind of first came out, I know that public health was really dismissive about it. They were, it was like, oh, it's anonymous, oh, it's whatever. And now it kind of seems like the wheels fell off and you're getting calls. And I don't know. I mean, it kind of looks like maybe they're stonewalling or delaying. But at what point do you just say, hey, you know what, enough of this, let's go do an oversight?
Well, I'm at that point already, Chris, to be honest with you. And I, got an update yesterday that it's not done yet. We, actually like no news. That was really bad, because you're right. This has been going on since February 17th when they sent them a follow-up letter. They've, I think since January, in fact, that they, promised to give us a written response. So no, I think we're done waiting. We're going to have to move on with that. But my concern is that, like when you first asked me about this, we have these people in the front lines doing such good work, and then to detract from their good work with, this type of thing going on, I just think it would be in their best interest at public health to swiftly address this, to make sure that everybody knows immediately on the front lines that, no, we're taking care of you. We're going to make sure that this type of thing, that it's fair, that you're working all these hours, and that, but everybody's pulling their fair share. And I think that's really what they want to know. And they want to know that if somebody's done something wrong, that they're going to be, they're going to be held accountable, and not just, transferred someplace else and continue to receive benefits.
I did want to ask about the vaccination. We had kind of asked Senator Rajel, and I know there was an editorial that was in another media. Basically, it was like, why did the senators get the vaccine ahead of, more essential workers who probably deal with the public way more? Do you see the merits of that argument, Speaker, and what's your comment on it?
Well, that decision was made by that vaccination priority committee, and but for me, I heard about it the next day in the media, right? However, the night before, we had just had an oversight hearing that asked about the prioritization committee. What were they looking at next? We talked about diabetes. Never did they mention, senators were the next priority. So that was news to me when I heard about it. I don't know their rationale, and I wish I did. If I knew the rationale, then I could address the rationale. So the decision itself, I just don't know. But, if they're trying to set an example, oh no, I think they did say I read rationale.
They said chain of, what is it? there were the Art in the press conference. They said continuity of government, or
That's right.
Right,
Continuity of government. I've heard that before. You know, if something happens, we've got leadership to be in place. I don't know. You know, I would just like to really see this vaccination, you know, reach all the Manamco first, of course. And I think they need to continue to prioritize that. They agreed, I thought, that we were going to prioritize the diabetes centers, the clinics, the dialysis centers. That had not happened at our last public hearing. And that's why I was questioning them about the priorities, you know, how they had been set. Are we going to do GHRA employees before we do the diabetes clinics? And I was very happy that they decided, no, they were going to do the diabetes clinics first, right? They're very high risk of death. So from COVID. So those are the people who need to have this first. Now, I'm going to tell you, yeah, I did get my vaccination. I'm over 55. And so I did go do that. And you know, my dad went, and he actually inspired me because I was, you know, on the fence, but he was so enthusiastic about getting his vaccination. And I seen a lot of the Manamco are. And I feel like, well, for them, they want, you know, they want to get their lives back. They want to protect themselves. And that's the least that we can do is to protect them, is to also get our vaccine. So I always worry because, you know, I go to work. I don't want to bring anything over to him. So
right.
So
and I know, Speaker, like even with Senator Rogel, he's a caregiver for his parents. So there are senators who got the vaccine the regular way. So I'm not even sure how many senators got this from the vaccination committee saying, hey, we want to give you guys a shot. I don't know. But so you agree that we need to really go in and maybe shake up this priority listing for vaccinations?
Yes, well, I tried to do that in the oversight hearing just to make sure what is their rationale. The committee is made up of mostly doctors and management from public health. So when I look at the committee, I trust that they're going to make the right decisions. But yeah, we're just not privy to, what their debate was during those times.
Speaker, we're kind of up on time, but I wanted to ask you real quick about GMH traveling nurses. I know that we had Lillian on, and she was saying that we're a little behind in payment to these traveling nurses. Are you aware, are we having issues with FEMA reimbursements or anything for other agencies? And then what's your take on this travel nurses issue?
Well, from all accounts, that's something that will be reimbursed by FEMA unless something's changed. And it's probably just a matter of, the timing, the submission of the paperwork and getting the actual reimbursements. But I have not heard that it's a serious issue as if they're not going to pay at all. I think it's just a matter of this same thing with the overtime at public health, Chris, remember that? Same thing, they didn't submit the correct documents. Now we're waiting for DOA, some certain personnel to process them. It's government bureaucracy maybe, but no, I'm pretty sure that the payment's going to go through. We're facing very serious challenges, but I'm hoping that's not one of them. That reimbursement is going to happen. And they've ensured that when they brought these nurses on. But we're facing, it looks like, $100 million shortfall this fiscal year in the general fund. Our predictions are off, and the reality is much worse than what we thought back then, and that was after cutting $67 million, and now we're 100 million short of that prediction in the general fund alone, 25 million in the special funds. And I think we all are going to have to, reconcile everything we do with this reality of the shortfall. But the legislature is continuing to do a lot of work in different areas. I don't know if you saw the land bills that were also passed during this past session. There are several of them affecting the GLUC process, trying to make it more, accountable, quicker, and just to make sure that these government services are very much needed and that they are done as quickly as possible. We've got new bills introduced, 63 bills now. You saw the agricultural theft yesterday. You talked to Senator Rogel. We've got nurse pay. There's a hearing, I think today, on a nurse pay bill that I introduced to allocate money from a QC fee. It's over $1 million in QC fees that's going to be paid to GITA, and my bill is to allocate part of that money to GMH for the incentive pay that would bring them up to 22% increase. That makes them more comparable to national averages. So I'm hoping that would help in the retention of nurses at GMH.
All right.
We've got bills, regarding our borders, of course, extending building permits so that you don't have to go reapply for one it's a very short period of time, and that you have a year to use that building permit. And of course, others regarding land, infrastructure, incentivizing commerce. And we've actually had so many oversight hearings and hearings on bills. I think almost every day they're cranking these hearings out, especially, for example, Senator Perez, Senator San Augustine, Senator Nelson, my own committee. Yeah, lots of
I like that. I like the oversight hearings way more than the informational hearings. Madam Speaker, we're out of time, but if you still have more to say, maybe we could get you on every week. If you want.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate it. And thanks for all the work that you're doing. And thank you, Jason, Sabrina, Chris. Take care.
Okay. You just get a good look at Jason, because I don't know if he might be moving to Adelup. It may be like the assistant digital engagement. Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right, there you go, Speaker Terlahi. Harvey comments in here, nurses paid late, but you can bet the new media director gets his $65,000 on time. Woo, boy. 8:07. We're going to take a break. To our viewers on KUAM TV, thank you guys so much for jamming with us. This is the link right here. My name is Chris. The Breeze, that's the radio station where the link is playing. Remember, we also do KUAM TV from 6 to 8. And then Facebook Live, KUAM News Facebook, all the way to the end of the show. Okay, so KUAM TV land. We're KUAM FM and Agatni Guam. Esta Ellos! Back here. Let's go right back into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Education Superintendent John Fernandez standing by. Good morning, John.
Hafide, good morning.
Hi.
Are you okay?
Yeah, we're good. How about you?
Oh, good. There's a car alarm going off in the background. I don't know if you can hear it, so I'm just hoping you can hear me okay. Plus, my voice has kind of worn thin over the last couple of weeks. And yesterday we had a hearing with our education committee, so spent a lot of time on that with the budget and a lot of other issues. So
right.
I think I can make it today.
So let's talk about that budget, right? So what has your discussion been with are you discussing this with Senator Nelson, the oversight chair?
Well, there's a lot of, I think I mentioned yesterday, there's just a lot of moving parts right now as far as it goes when you're discussing the budget. So, we start way back in October. That's at the beginning of our current fiscal year, trying to plan for the next fiscal year. So, which, begins next October, this coming October. And so we work through, October, November, December at the school level, at the division level to assemble a budget request. We bring it to the board, and in January, the board goes through several work sessions to approve that request and submit it to the legislature by the end of January, and that's required by law. And then between January and probably about August is when the final decision has to be made. And this year especially, there are just so many things that could happen that are pending as well that we have to pay attention to. So number one, we put our budget request in, a very large request, about $373 million, reflecting all the needs that our stakeholders told us we needed to address in our budget. But then we recognize that the governor, submitted her budget, and recognizing that there is a very uncertain, revenue projection for the coming year. So, we know that we're in a difficult situation as an island financially, but we also know that there are other things that might be coming our way in terms of federal funds that might be available. Federal funds that we're getting right now, but also another package on the Hill that I think is being discussed for even more federal funding between now and August. So like I told the legislature, we recognize that we're in a difficult situation. The revenues are uncertain. The economy has been hit hard, but we also know that there, with the federal government package being discussed right now, there may be support being provided to help offset some of the deeper cuts that might be envisioned, and also provide support to the community. So hopefully by August, we'll be able to sort all of that out and come to a decision that helps everybody, helps our community move forward into next year.
Right, John, I just kind of wanted to go into, we got a couple messages from parents about and I think this is the ESF funding, which includes school supplies, right, that were purchased for every student enrolled. And then can you kind of walk us through what kind of supplies they got and how we're doing on the distribution? Because we're just hearing things from different teachers and parents that they haven't all got out to where they need to go. Is that accurate?
Well, I think it really depends. So I think the issue is we hear issues like that here and there, and so it always helps us. I don't know, Chris or Sabrina, if those parents want to let me know which school. It helps us because sometimes we get those concerns and realize that it really is something that can be handled at the school level. So, for instance, whether it's school supplies or even the safety, the PPEs that are out of the schools, sometimes we get notice that the school is short on supplies, or they haven't been given out, and we go back to our numbers here, and we see the vast numbers of supplies that have been provided to the schools, and realize that it may not be all distributed either to the teachers or to the students, because maybe the administrator is not fully releasing all the supplies at once, or there's some other type of distribution situation happening. So I'm not aware of any. That's the first I've heard in terms of that concern. The school supplies that were provided were really to offset what we anticipated would typically be those types of items that teachers might ask the parents or students to bring in, additional writing instruments, additional composition books, for pen and paper or pencil and paper, those types of basics that are provided. So we did put together enough resources to provide students with those supplies, and they would need to be picked up at school during one of the distributions. So again, if the parent wants to through you send me a note of which school we're talking about, we can check in and see if there had any issues. We do know that sometimes they have to do it by hard copy distribution or on those distribution days, and if those families are unable to get there or don't go at the designated time, that may have been a missed opportunity.
I have John, sorry, JQ, GW were a couple of the schools that were mentioned to us.
Okay. Yeah, no, absolutely. We can check in on that.
Okay.
Hi, John. So
hey, Sabrina. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Hey, everybody. Sabrina's here. Good morning, Bree. Can't just sneak in here. I just want to say good morning because people were asking about you earlier. They're like, "Hey, your desk is empty." I'm like, "She's coming. She's here." Good morning.
I didn't know whether to say good morning to you either.
Well.
Yeah, I'm on a new schedule for the moment.
Yeah.
So 373 million, is that correct? The budget that you submitted to the legislature for next fiscal year. So is it 110 in ESF money that you guys received?
So $110 million is in the ESF. We call it ESF 2. So yes, that's the funding from the federal government that we're currently working through to get a budget put together and approved, hopefully within the next few weeks.
Mm-hmm. And so how does that work? So you get the 110 million, you wait for it to be approved by the feds, right? So how do you determine how much of the 110 can offset the 373?
So that's like the magic question that's out there, because and we know, definitely knowing that the island situation and our revenue situation, we know that's a big question. And so I tried to answer for the legislature yesterday. In the assurances that have to be signed as a condition for getting the grant, right, for getting this money, there is a requirement for the state, and in this case, the outlying areas, Guam would be considered the state. There's a requirement that the state provide a maintenance of effort, and the maintenance of effort is defined as the state the average state support provided to elementary, secondary, and post-secondary education on Guam for fiscal years 2017 through 2019. So it takes a 3-year period, prior to the enactment of the CARES Act. It takes that three-year period and says, give us the average amount of state support that was provided, and that's the maintenance of effort that you need to provide. And then beyond that, the federal government's funding can be utilized. So, we informed the legislature that was a requirement. It's still in there for both ESF 1 and ESF 2. It also applies to the money that the governor got, which was an additional 12.5 in the first round and 33, in the second round. And as long as that requirement's in there, it means that it can't be a direct offset of any decline in the local budget. It says that the government still needs to provide a minimum level of support, and then the federal government will add its resources to that.
Right.
So I guess that's the best statement I could provide. There is a subsection there that says, well, in a particular extreme circumstances, we will allow you to apply for a waiver of this requirement. However, that waiver process doesn't happen until September of this year. I think that's when it will begin. So by that time, we will hopefully have figured it out. But by the time you get to September, we've already passed our budget, and they're going to be looking back to determine whether or not Guam's met the requirements or whether we'll be granted an exception. I'm going to guess that there will be a lot of states applying for the waiver, and you would hope there'd be some flexibility. But at the same time, I know that in this third package of federal funding that's being discussed on the Hill in Congress, that they are already considering a big boost for not just education on the third round, but also for state and local government. So it could be that they end up giving Guam, a lot of federal support for other agencies and other purposes, and then turn around and say you still need to meet this requirement, or we're going to grant you a pass. But we won't know that until after we pass our budget. So I think that's really the tough part.
You had the PTO meetings last week to discuss the ESF funding and priorities and where PTO thinks it should be spent. What were some of the suggestions or concerns and feedback you received?
Well, we're really talking about going forward, as we use this second round of funding, we're really talking about looking at ways to emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic. So we're really talking about what is it going to take for school facilities to be safe, and it also envisions the fact that we still think that online learning will still be a component next year. So a lot of the concerns have been, number one, how do we continue to strengthen the safety measures at school? So a lot more investment in air filters, air filtration systems, a lot of repairing or renovating our school facilities to enable not just better sanitation, but also physical distancing. If a 6-foot distancing requirement is still in place, then when the kids are in the classroom, there needs to be space. When the kids are in the cafeteria, when they're outside, during recess, there needs to be an opportunity for them to be sheltered, but be able to also stay 6 feet apart. So there were requests for things like more seating or benches outside, repair the canopies, renovate the restrooms, add air filters. One of the other requests has to do with plexiglass. Can we get a plexiglass divider for every student, rather than just for the teachers? And so there was a lot of focus on that. And then, of course, the other part is, if there is going to be online learning, let's make sure that all the technology is in place, including strengthening the connections at school, and then using some of the resources for interventions. Increasing our summer school offerings, increasing our credit recovery options, as well as our after-school programs. So I think that was really the gist of it. how can we use the funds to get us back to a new normal, or get us to a new normal, define what that is that works for Guam, and then start to focus on bringing our kids back and helping them catch up from everything that's been lost this past year.
We had Juan Flores on last week, and we were talking about ESF 1 and as well as ESF 2. But with ESF 1, there's a deadline, I guess, to spend all of the money. I want to say it's in March for ESF 1. And he said he did have a balance of, I think, 1.5 or so million. Did GDOE have any money left over from ESF 1?
So we have about, so of the 42 million, we have about 75% of those funds already encumbered or expended as part of our efforts. And so there are remaining funds for basically all entities that received ESF 1. And so what'll have to happen is between now and there are some changing circumstances that we'll have to address. As part of the most recent package where ESF 2 was approved, there was also approved extensions on the use of the funds. So right now we are working with deadlines that are operating with the initial assumptions that everything has to be expended, by September 30th. I believe we were given another year. So now that I think we're just trying to confirm the details and make sure that that's the case. But if there's an extension to be able to use these funds all the way through 2022, which is September 30, 2022, then that'll give us some extra wiggle room to make sure that all the funds that remain can be expended. I think right now we haven't changed the guidance to anybody yet because we're still doing our work with USDOE to confirm that the extension applies to Guam. With everything that happens with Guam, you see it in the news and you see it in the written guidance, but it usually applies to states. So we always go back and say, are you sure this applies to Guam? Because sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. And, we just don't want to end up, going the wrong direction. So we just want to double check that, make sure it's confirmed. But if there is an extension, that'll give us more time to expend those funds and, relieve some of that pressure.
I did watch a portion of that budget hearing or virtual informational briefing yesterday, and it ended because of the hearing that was already scheduled for 5:30. So GDOE didn't get a chance to provide, I guess, an update on IEP and special education. Can you provide us what is the latest with those programs?
Well, the issue with special education, I just have to say the bottom line is we want our kids back in school. That's really the solution. The IEPs that were put in place for most, for all of our students in special education envisioned the supports and services being delivered at the school setting. And when we're not able to go to school, it really limits those services. So a lot of the issues that we are seeing as part of this interim period where not all students are back to face-to-face, that presents a challenge to us because we are limited in our ability to provide services at the home. So a lot of that happens virtually. We don't send one-to-one aides home. What we do is we try to work with the parents. It puts a tremendous load and burden on the parents' shoulders to take up the slack in terms of what teachers and aides would normally be responsible for. So I think as long as that's the situation, we're going to continue to be challenged in serving kids who are at home at this point. What I'm very happy to see is that our special education students who are able to come back face to face, we've been able to accommodate them to come, more than once a week, sometimes twice, sometimes 3 times a week, depending on what they work out with their school team. And that's, that really, relieves, a lot of the concerns that I have, because now we get our kids back in school. Now we can provide services. Now our teachers are there, your aides are there, and I'm able to have, feel that the assurances that we provide to our students can be met. And if you have a complaint about what's happening at the school site, I can do something, more directly about that. So I recognize the frustration of what's happening with the students who are at home. We still have the capacity to receive receive more face-to-face students. We still, we do believe that we are operating in a safe environment, and we encourage and want our students to come back, especially those students in special education who really need those services and need to be, in that classroom setting. So, so that's kind of I think that's the bottom line. As long as we are, in the situation where students are at home, because we're finding students in special education who are at home, and if they are online and their disability still allows them to function online with that's okay, and that's going okay. But we know that there are students with multiple disabilities where the online portion won't work, where the hard copy option also has its limitations, and where you need that physical interaction with the teacher, with the aide, to address that particular student's needs. In that type of situation, we just, it just can't be met when you have your students stuck at home. And so that's why the focus is get our schools, back get our schools in shape to be able to bring our kids back and meet the safety guidelines that's out there with public health. So that's our goal.
Well, just following up on getting our schools back in shape, what is the update on the Southern High School auditorium, and even just Simon Sanchez High School?
Simon Sanchez High School, again, from the outside it looks, it's like such a long project, because it's ever since I got here, this was a project that was supposed to be move forward, and it just never did. So we finally got the opportunity to take control of the project, and in 2019 we were able to complete the land surveying component of it. And now in 2020 we worked to get the design awarded, which we were able to do by piecing together whatever resources we could find in our budget to make it happen. And we just said, we got to go ahead. We just got to do it. We can't keep waiting and trying to figure out whether there'll be more resources. So we went ahead and awarded that last year, I believe in October. And then now we're in the first third, of the design process, meaning that, the goal is to bring design to 30%, based on all the information that the architects have been working on with the Simon Sanchez Design Committee, made up a lot of the faculty, staff, with representatives from parents and students, to bring that forward, and to be able to have a public meeting on the progress sometime in March. So, we'll be able to showcase where we are, and we're trying to get the design moving as quickly as possible so that we can go ahead and award the construction and financing contract later this year, if everything works smoothly. So that's the progress. The design process has started. It's working. They spent a lot of time gathering and updating information and working with the direct stakeholders. And by the third week of March, we'll be able to present where we are with about 30% of the design kind of in place, and then gather more input, and people get a chance to see what the thought process is, what the proposed layout is, and then can have input into any other issues or concerns that might arise from that discussion. So
but do you foresee that design having to go under any sort of change orders to, I guess, comply with like social distancing and things like that?
Well, right now what we're doing is no. I mean, all of that. We're early enough in the process that all of those concerns can be taken into account at this point. So we shouldn't be at the end of the design and say, oh, wait a minute, let's go backwards and try to meet the public's health requirements. So all that can be taken into account now, especially with everybody having gone through last year with the initial COVID-19 experience. So that's why I think the process is moving along. It's just once we get to March and we can share with the community, I think everybody will get a better sense of the direction that we're going. And so I look forward to that. I got briefed by them. I'm comfortable with the architect, the work that they're doing. There is a limitation on resources, so we are also conscious of that. This is not an infinite, money tree waiting to fund Simon Sanchez. There is a limit in terms of the budgetary side. So all the things that we're talking about needs, we're talking about wants, and we're prioritizing the needs to make sure that we get those done. And if there is a chance and there are extra resources that are found, then we can consider the extras as part of this. With regard to Southern High, I believe I have a meeting with Gita tomorrow to kind of work through the process for how how they will be able to assist us in identifying contributors who would like to take advantage of the tax credit, the $1 million tax credits that were made available to help repair the air conditioning system at Southern High Auditorium. So, we're looking forward to that discussion. I know Senator Moylan, helped pass that bill, and a lot of senators are now waiting for a progress report. This is not something that we typically do all the time. So we really need Gita and Department of Rev and Tax to kind of let us know what their role is and how it all works. And then we already had one meeting. This will be our second meeting to kind of get through some of the details. So once we clear that up, I think we'll be able to move forward, and we look forward to announcing bidding out that project for interested vendors.
Okay. Well, I know you're busy. I just had one more question. It was just a follow-up to the letter that you had sent last week, Friday, after the governor announced PCOR 3 was coming on Monday. And so the return of sports, IIAAG, requesting basically, just let's team up and get this going. So have you heard any response from the IIAAG?
Yes, actually, we received a response late last evening. Almost near midnight. But I know they had their meeting, and they had to have a meeting to decide how they were going to proceed. But we know that both ISA and IIAAG have been trying to prepare in light of an uncertain sports interscholastic season. We weren't really sure when the governor was going to announce, and I've been pushing for the last couple of weeks. We need a decision one way or the other, because I like to tell the kids yes or no and just be done with it. But I wanted them to also know that we put a lot of thought into our plan, and we felt we could operate a safe season. And if they were comfortable with that, then we were ready to go. So we were glad to know that PCOR 3 was going to include some authorization for interscholastics. And with that, I just issued a general invitation in case any teams were interested in joining us, only because we know that not all the student athletes who normally come out have come out. And so we know that schools might have difficulty either fielding teams, or if there are not enough teams, there's the chance that the IIAAG may not offer the sport. So I think the response, as far as I gave it a quick read and forwarded along, but the response is generally that there will be some sports where IIAAG teams will join us, and I believe those sports are softball, baseball, and hopefully track and field if we hold that in the next quarter. Other than that, they have their own sports that they have set up, and they will continue to move forward with those sports, including tennis, beach volleyball, cross country. So again, I guess the bottom line is that yes, there will be some sports where they would be happy to join simply because they don't offer those sports on their schedule. But for all other sports that they're able to support, they've already got the plans in place, and we recognize that time is short and we have to move forward, and can't spend too much time redoing the schedules. So we're satisfied with that, and I'm giving this to my coordinator to go ahead and coordinate with those teams that do want to play, so we can get ready to roll.
All right. Well, thanks, John, for the updates. Anything else you wanted to let out?
Well, no, I'm sorry, and I know I was a little earlier today. I'm about to jump off and go to the first day of our virtual conference for teachers on service learning. We do this Service Learning Summit every year, and we work with partners like Homeland Security, our university programs, our nonprofit organizations, and we work with our teachers, and then on Friday with our students to kind of talk about what the service learning opportunities are on island, talk about how we can create those types of opportunities, and also address some of the critical issues that we face on Guam, things like food resilience, energy conservation, how we preserve our natural resources. So a lot of good topics, but also a lot of opportunities for our kids to really get back and involved in the community. I think this time we're just going to be talking about how do we do that, in a COVID-19 environment. It's not going to be the same. What I missed from the last year was the coastal cleanup.
Yeah.
The crowds that go out. I know we can't do that in the same way anymore, but I do think it's important that the kids still have opportunities to learn about service opportunities and then to participate. So hopefully we'll hear some good ideas for how we move forward and do so in the next school year. So I'll be off to welcome everybody to the summit this year.
All right. Well, thanks again. We always appreciate your access and these weekly updates.
Definitely, John.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right. Take
Okay.
care.
Have fun at your service learning conference.
All right. Thanks.
See ya. 8:37, guys. We're going to take a break. Coming up on the show, Senator Talina Nelson, who's the Port and Education Oversight Chair. I'm pretty sure she's going to have maybe some reacts to what John Fernandez had just said. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
We talked about a few things while you were out. Jason might be asking for a raise.
My TikTok game is strong.
I mean,
okay?
he just sent me the Snapchat thing with he made himself a little.
Oh, I remember Jason, man. Remember when he wrote the Google Glass book?
Right, yes.
Remember that, Jason?
This is a guy who's a digital. This guy literally wrote a book.
He had the Snapchat sunglasses. I remember that.
Yeah.
The Google Glass. The Google Glass actually was pretty cool.
Yeah. So we were just joking around here because I'm sure you heard we read out the job description for Adeloop's new digital engagement manager. And people were kind of going in the comments. Some people were saying, hey, social media is 2021. But we had made the point that the governor already has people doing her social media. So I'm not sure if the digital engagement manager will now manage those people, or will he take over their job? Or I just think it's a bad look when you have people out here on reduced hours who can't get PUA. And I just don't see the priority for hiring someone to post nice pictures of you on social media, which it is what it is. That's exactly what they're doing.
Well, there's a few things that really aren't a good look, like a $500 plate fundraiser. I mean, if you can afford to go to a $500 cocktail.
Wait, did that happen last night or is that tonight?
It's tonight.
That's tonight, right?
It's tonight. I just feel like there's so many people, you're right, out there hurting. So if you are going, maybe reconsider not going and donating that to the Salvation Army, to Catholic Social Services.
I mean,
people that need it.
It would be so easy, Bree, for these guys to say, hey, come have a cocktail, come schmooze with us. Because I get it, like you're going to get reelected, you need money, it takes money to win. Come schmooze with us, but just make a donation to, like Bree said, Salvation Army or the Homeless Coalition or, whoever. It would have been just so easy to pull a win out of this. And it just, I mean, if you go on social media, there's a lot of digital engagement about this, and none of it is good.
Well, I'm sure we'll probably see some digital media, social media posts about.
I don't think we will, though. I think that they're going to try and just whiz past this.
Whiz boom bang.
They're probably already annoyed at. I don't know who leaked the invitation, but somebody got the invitation and it was leaked out to all the media. So I'm pretty sure that was just. I mean, to me, it's just.
I was like, "Is this for real?"
I know. We had to be like, and no one wanted to answer. Like,
we still got that picture, right?
Been popping it.
He's been popping it. Yeah.
Hey, anybody going? Please let us know.
How's our GoFundMe going, Jay?
Not that many takers right now.
There's a lot of competition with the GoFundMe.
I'm gonna have to retweet that a couple times.
Let me just tell you guys that when we talk about, I was talking earlier, Bree, about there's
Bars open at 5, right?
Yeah, bars
just
open
in time for a cocktail reception.
Right, you guys are gonna go angry drink because you're mad that the governor's having a fundraiser. Are there checkpoints tonight?
Can I ask you something there, because that is kind of germane to the point, right?
What?
When we had public health on the other day, we were talking about, and the three of us were just riffing, and we're talking about, there are various types of karaoke bars. And if you guys want to see a really interesting story, check out Peter Santos' story last night on our YouTube channel on KUM.com. He dove pretty deep into what the karaoke bars have to look forward to. But I'm thinking, it's very popular.
They don't know what they're supposed to be doing.
Well, that's
There's
the
no
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the point. But people still do these like pub crawls, or they do bar hopping.
Mm-hmm.
We've all done that like in our day, like many moons ago. Is that even? I mean, you can't tell people where not to go to multiple places in a night, but you would think that they would say don't jump from bar to bar to bar.
They can't say that. It's a soap.
Yeah, I guess as long as you're not over 50% capacity.
I mean, like so we had there was a story. Was it Peter that did the story with Phil from the venue?
Yes.
Yeah, and so Phil was like, "Hey, we're not the mask police," and we had said yesterday that actually, yeah, you are. The bars are the mask police. They need to be, or else, what's the point, really? I mean, you just got to get. And I know it's awkward. And he was saying it's going to be hard to police people wearing their masks in their group or whatever. I mean, it is, right? But that's why we got to do it, so we don't see a crazy third surge.
And if you guys want to see something interesting, if you're on Facebook, and you're on Facebook right now if you're watching this show, check out our friend Steve. He's the manager and proprietor of Porky's. We've had Rhonda on, who's the bar manager. We've had her on a bunch of times.
I've been seeing his posts on Facebook.
Yeah, and
Steve,
Steve is also saying, and he's welcoming people back with open arms. He's like, man, we've missed you guys so much. It's been a year. We can't wait to, have you guys as customers again. But he's also saying, please do the right thing, because we're so happy to open, and please let us stay open. So let's not go all crazy.
Right.
I'm interested to see how they're going to do live entertainment, because some of these bars aren't that big.
Right. A lot of them aren't.
I think Phil was kind of talking about that in Peter's story last night.
Right.
He said there's not going to be live entertainment.
Yeah. There'll probably be a DJ.
Maybe.
Because Oz is DJ.
Right. Oh, there you go. Oh. So for the live entertainment, guys.
Hey, Joe, sir, are you looking to get some sideline work? Maybe? No? Taking care of the family first, right? Yeah. There you go.
And I wonder, so if the bars are opening tonight, and I wonder if there's going to be any roving team just kind of popping up. Same thing when you see a policeman on the road, it makes you slow down. So maybe I wonder if there's any outreach with public health to go, or whoever, right? Just to kind of go and
GPD.
check. Or GPD actually has the enforcement authority. We don't know. We're getting
public health does have.
Yeah.
Remember?
But GPD can give the tickets.
Public health is supposed to be able to give
right.
tickets.
So that's what I'm wondering, is if there's going to be any people going around and just doing pop-up inspections, or is everyone going to be at the fundraiser? I don't know.
Forgive me if I miss this, guys, but remember way back the.
Okay, to be fair, I don't think public health inspectors can afford $500 a plate.
Remember down at a.
But the directors can.
There's only how many public health inspectors though?
Yeah, remember several months ago, down at Joint Region Marianas, Rear Admiral John Benoni had that directive, and he said, there aren't going to be any servicemen going around. They're actually prohibited from doing that. I believe was it. He gave an order, right? That said they can't do that. That's at least when we were in P-Corps 1. Are military personnel still, or at all?
I think they might have been lifted. I know with McCrouts, so there was something with McCrouts where, because of all the stuff that was happening there, they were getting reported and whatnot. I think the JRM put out a release don't go here. But I saw something on McCrout's Facebook where they said, "Hey, we're back in the green zone." So,
but does that apply for tonight?
Reach out to Lieutenant Commander Moore and see if we could get
right. Let's get the Admiral on,
because that's what I was wondering is,
on what's going on.
When you were talking about if there's going to be a GPD police presence, if there's going to be public health, are we going to see also the Shore Patrol going around them? Because when Shore Patrol goes back and forth up and down the strip.
No,
you really think there's going to be a whole bunch of people going to the bars?
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. I don't know.
But then on the Shore Patrol side, is there still a training with Cope North? Because if there is, remember it was announced that they're on restriction of movement orders.
Yeah,
so I don't know if they can even be going to the bars. I wanted to kind of get this out for my people of Inalahan, the Southerners, the Maloloites as well. as Inaran Mayor Tony Chargaloff is doing the drive-through style food distribution. And these are the USDA Farmers to Families Food Box Program. Okay, so we popped that up, and it's while supplies last, and it's happening today from 6 to 9 p.m., and tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Now, as we talk about $500 a plate fundraisers, I just want to say that this program it's basically for everybody. But for Inaran residents, this is the second time they've done this USDA Farmers to Families box. And I was talking with one of the mayor's staffers, and I said, hey, are people still in need? Yes, the response was. We get calls at least 3 times a week about people needing food. And so, yeah, there's people out there who are still in need, people who are working reduced hours who have no relief, no assistance. Right? So there's a big part of our population that is maybe not doing as good as some of the other people are. So just be mindful of that, you know. And again, yeah, Jay.
Well, like you were saying about Cope North. Cope North was from February 3rd to the 19th.
Oh, so that's over.
So says Pacific Air.
Because I still hear the jets. I mean, you hear them all the time. But I saw like a couple helicopters the other night, and then there was like jets flying over EPEN. That's all. So I thought it was still, but so it's over. Right on.
Oh no, I'm not sure if it's over.
Yeah.
No, I saw some like up in Jigo like last night. There were like they looked like the fighter jets were flying in formation, and you can tell they were doing some
right, yeah,
some training stuff.
So hey, again, that's the drive-through style food distribution with the USDA with the Inaran Mayor's office, and that's happening from 6 to 9 p.m. tonight. And again, it is drive-through.
Did you guys talk about Tiger Woods?
We didn't talk about Tiger Woods yet.
Yeah,
We did off the air, but
ESPN has been going crazy all
Yeah.
morning. Tiger Woods evidently was involved.
I just realized Tiger Woods. Oh my god!
Sorry, he was
I was
involved.
reading
He was involved outside his Los Angeles, close to his Los Angeles home in a car accident. He was in surgery because apparently he's got 2 broken legs. But apparently, according to ESPN, this is non-life threatening. But wow, that's.
Okay, sorry about that. I just did my master random Jason move there.
Okay, like in the boxes, you guys, they have fruit, veggies, milk, butter, cheese, frozen chicken, and hot dogs. All right. We'll take a break, and coming up here, again, we've got Senator Talina Nelson, Sergeant Paul Tapao, Guam Police Department. Give you a little bit about our friends at Uno Go. Jay?
Yes, so Uno Go, the exclusive link viewer and listener offer continues. So if you check out uno-go.com and make sure to download their app because it makes it really, really simple. Just break out your phone wherever you are. And you know what? Even do what we do here because we order sometimes in the morning and we'll order lunch and or dinner. And we'll set up our meals. And, I have it delivered to my house 7 hours ahead of time. So make sure to check out uno-go.com. Download the app. It's for iOS and Android. Really, really easy to set up. It's a one-time thing. Connect your account. They also accept PayPal, which I love. Some people like going straight off their credit card. I prefer PayPal. And from any of the participating restaurants in the Uno Go network, if you use promo code LINK100, that's LINK100, you will earn free delivery when you make your order. So LINK100, LINK100 at unoguam.com, just for members of the Link family. And the link will return right after this.
Breeze Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
right, welcome back to the link, everybody. Okay, guys, can you clear your throats for a second? Chris, Bree, and Joseph, because we have a birthday shout out to send about 100 miles to the north of us. So you guys ready? Happy birthday to you.
Who we saying happy birthday to?
Well, I was going to make it a surprise, but
Oh.
So we are sending birthday love to a good friend of ours up in the CNMI from the CNMI governor's office, Kevin Bautista.
Ah, that's why he couldn't come on. I was like, hey, can you come on today? All right, okay. Yeah,
It's
now I got
Kev's
you.
birthday today, so here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kevin.
Bautista and everyone else is celebrating their birthday today on Wednesday, the 24th day of February, 2021.
And Kev's got like 9,000 jobs up there in the CNMI, including getting his master's degree from USC remotely.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless
Kevin Bautista and
Kevin.
everyone else is having a birthday today on February 24th, 2021.
Happy birthday to you. From the 671 to the 670.
Represent.
What?
What could, okay, remember last year when our friends in the CNMI, they were they were so gracious and they sent that care package to us?
Yeah, I remember that. They should do it again.
What could, okay, if we were going to practice like, goodwill to our neighbors in the Marianas, what could we send? Like, what would a Guam care package be that would be something unique that they already don't have up there?
Maybe like something from a restaurant they don't have up there.
No, but it's got to be
Denancy, I don't
something
know.
unique Guam.
Yeah, Chris Denancy.
Denancy, that's it. Yep.
That'd be good.
They got Denancy there too, though. Obviously.
Okay,
They
how,
don't have your Denancy.
They don't. You're right.
how is the CNMI Denancy?
It's awesome.
Yeah.
They use the Donny Solly. They call it Finadeni Denancy, I think. And then when you go, it's cool because when you go to restaurants out there, like every restaurant pretty much has a little thing of Denancy. And if they don't, then you ask for it. And it's like really simple. I mean, on Guam, there's like a million Denancies and people do all kinds of things with it. But their own, it's like it's really just simple. It's really hot pepper, salt, the old way, and very concentrated. Good stuff. And then they put like soy sauce. I noticed.
Very cool.
Yeah, 8:59. So yeah, happy birthday, Kev, and send us a package. We're so down. It's 9 o'clock. KUAM FM, Agotnia, Guam. This is the Breeze. Coming up, Sergeant Paul Tapau of the Guam Police Department and Senator Talina Nelson.
I'm sorry she's coming on because of that public hearing at 9 a.m.
Right, and so I wanted to also talk about this is, so there's a public hearing on Senator Joanne Brown's bill, and this is the very, I don't know why it's turned into a very controversial bill, because I feel like it's kind of like a no-brainer, but that's just the kind of atmosphere we're living now, because the lieutenant governor's brother-in-law, who was convicted of official misconduct, was hired at the port, and it caused this whole backlash of people who were like, hey, why is he getting hired and other people aren't, and yada, yada, yada. And we had the lieutenant governor come on here, and he was really just put in a tough spot where he had to defend something that I believe is just indefensible. I mean, it's just indefensible, and you never want to be in a position where you're going to bat for somebody who was law enforcement gone bad. You just don't, because to me, that's like one of the most egregious breaches of public trust that you can have, is when someone has a badge and they turn into one of the bad guys, which is exactly what happened in this case. And so it turned into from something that should just be very simple, black and white. Do we want people who hold a government job and violate the trust that comes along with being a public employee to be able to work again for the people of Guam? It's simple. To me, it's so simple. But what happened was this turned into an issue where it became about a personal thing, where it's like, oh, if we talk about this bill, we're attacking Lieutenant Governor's brother-in-law, which isn't even the case. I mean, it is what it is, really. And so what it has prompted in its response to this is now you got the port saying, oh, yeah, we should be able to hire people with official misconduct. And you got the lieutenant governor saying, oh, we can't throw people away, or oh, this or oh, that. You know what I mean? And so it's become this political bill, but only because the lieutenant governor's Niao got hired. That's the only reason. We didn't ask for this to become political. But it is what it is. So this is Bill 3736. And let me just read you the description, because I did get a response from Crystal. Remember, Bria had asked her, where's the governor's stance on this? 37, this is an act to amend Article 1 and to add a new Article 2 to both of Chapter 4, Title 4, Guam Code, annotated relative to the prohibition of employment in the government of Guam for individuals convicted of official misconduct under the provisions of 9 GCA. All right. So to me, again, it's pretty simple. Like we need to be against corruption, right? And we need to be just, I don't know, the standard. It's just got to be up there. No one's saying throw anyone away. But I think in the instance where you work for government and you're trusted to be a public employee and you blow that by consorting with drug dealers and known criminals to help smuggle meth in. I mean, that's just in this case. But I think in any case, we just kind of got to be like, man, you blew it. There's like a whole private sector out there that you can go work for. To me, it was just really simple. But the response about this bill has been just crazy. It's like anybody who even talks about it gets attacked, they get slandered, they get called names. I mean, Lieutenant Governor hasn't come on this show because I asked him about it and he gave a stupid answer. It's not my fault. It was a stupid answer. And he just got so mad that he hasn't come on again after that. Which, like, I'm not taking it personal. I don't even know the lieutenant governors now. But again, it's like when you get put in a position because your family's getting these connects, then you got to defend it. And they just can't really defend it. And so I'm curious what kind of reaction is going to happen with this public hearing today. Because I feel like what's going to happen is you're going to get a parade of people who are going to say, no, munga munga boy, everybody should be hired. So I asked Crystal Paco San Augustine for the governor's stance on this bill like 3 weeks ago. And she finally got a response yesterday. And I'm pretty sure it's because, like, I can see, and knowing Crystal, probably she didn't want to ask the governor about it because it's so sensitive, right? And you know how the governor can get. She's going to get mad if you ask about it. So thank you, Crystal, I'm pretty sure it was uncomfortable. But the stance of the governor on this official misconduct bill, Governor Leon Guerrero has not reviewed the bill in its entirety, which is okay. It's like 2 pages. However, I mean, it is. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like, how hard would it be to just say, yeah, you know, man, people will do corruption. They shouldn't work. It's so easy. But because it's the lieutenant governor's now everybody has to be opposed to this bill because they're making it personal. Governor Leon Guerrero has not reviewed the bill in its entirety. However, in principle, she believes in second chances and the ability of reentry for those making the full effort to turn their lives around. I mean, and I can understand if, like, you know, you were done with your probation or whatever, but I mean, the guy, the ink on his plea agreement didn't even dry. So when you talk about repaying your debt to society, like the guy went from straight probation over to the port. It's ridiculous, really. It really isn't. It to me, it's an insult to the people at the port because not only did he get the job carrying this freaking black stain on his record, not only did he get the job, but he was the top-rated applicant. The top-rated applicant. I mean, can you imagine if if you put in your application down there and you're like, hey, who applied? And they're like, Lieutenant Governor's now applied. You're like, oh, I don't got to worry, man. He was in the freaking, he got convicted of official misconduct. Then, lo and behold, you find out that he was the top one. I mean, it's crazy. It is. But again, like I said, what you're going to see with this public hearing and when this hits the floor is you're going to see those senators down there who were in Auntie Lou's pocket talk about, this is their spin. It's about second chances. Bro, I have relatives who have done time. They don't even get a first chance. And this is clearly a who you know type of situation. It is. It is, which is okay. I get it, right? That's Gov Guam politics. But again, I think if we remove Mr. Rosalind from this conversation and just look at the facts, I don't think that you could really argue against, that we need to be a little, we just got to have a higher standard, guys. Is it so wrong? Let's pick the standard up from out of the mud and lift it up a little bit, all right? Because there's people who can get second chances, but I'm just saying official misconduct means that you can't be trusted to work for the people of Guam. That's what it means. So why should we give second chances to people who already blew it when they were trusted by us to protect us or to serve us? It's just so basic to me. Anyway, it's 9:07. I'm just saying, Bree, I see all the orchestration behind this, and I just got to call it out. So there you go. Yes, we're ready.
I just don't know why you're surprised.
I'm not, because it's just one thing after another. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go into the Zoom room where Senator Selena Nelson.
I guess I just have more restraint.
Yeah, I guess so. I just, you know me. You can read it on my face. Not really good at like hiding. That's why I don't play poker.
All I give is like the eye roll.
Yeah, that's. But Sabrina's eye roll is like equal to my 10 minutes of. We're different. That's. Okay, 9:08. I just want to give you a little room, Senator, because I don't want to bring you in this controversial topic right off the bat. So we'll just give it a 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, moving on. 9:08. Let's bring the Port Oversight Chair. She's also the Education Oversight Chair, Senator Selena Nelson, onto the link. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. Good morning, Bree. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Are you done ranting, Chris?
I could go on, but all right. But you know what, Senator? I just want to say, it's wrong of me to call it a rant because I don't believe it's a rant. It's been turned into a rant because of where the lines have been drawn on this it's a simple bill to me. Anyway, how you doing?
Busy.
Boy, oh boy, I don't even know where to start, Senator. Because we're still thinking about that first oversight hearing and just what a holy moly it was. But then there was also that audit that came out from the public auditor regarding the port settlement, and there was something about $118,000 overpayment, and we didn't hear.
Yes.
So, do you want to start there and did you have a comment on that or?
Yes, and I thought it was interesting that the GM of the port asked the AG to opine on the issue of the OPA's findings. And so I spoke with the OPA, and I think that, it seems like it's a he said, she said, and however you want to interpret it, then you interpret it that way. If it could benefit you, then you interpret it in the way you want it to benefit you. Or if it can harm someone, or, if it can bring light into things, then you interpret it as such. And so when we received the OPA report, I read it really quickly, and I spoke with the OPA, and there were some concerns, and it is very concerning in some of the issues that were brought up as far as the increments and the back pay and the benefits. It seemed like you just have to get concurrence of the board, and that doesn't seem difficult to do if the process was done correctly. So I wrote to the GM, and I told him to anticipate that we're going to have a hearing to discuss the OPA report. And then several days later, I saw that there was a letter written to the AG and asking him to opine on the matter that the OPA is stating that they did not follow the process. And so I want to see what the AG has to say to see really, because there's different levels of concern that the OPA brought up. And so I want to see if the AG is going to say, oh, there's nothing wrong with this, or yes, there's an issue with this and the law needs to be addressed. And so if that's the case, then, we are waiting and ready to go in and address those laws and to ensure that it doesn't happen again. And there's also another, I understand that the OPA is also doing some other audits on the port. And so I want to see what these audits are about and if it's consistent or if it has or if they're completely different topics and situations and circumstance.
All right.
What was the response to your letter, though, to the general manager?
I think they just acknowledged the receipt.
They didn't give you 37 pages of this is why we hate you.
And a video.
And a video. Man, Senator, I want to go back to that first oversight hearing because I've never seen, and I mean, you know, it's not like I watch it. I've seen a lot of oversight hearings, but just the tone with the GM of the port, and especially when he was challenging you as the oversight chair, when you had said, I think you sent a FOIA and you said, hey, I want to know everybody you hired with a criminal record. And then he had came back with, oh, well, if you want to know, then why don't you name names? And he just kept on. And
yeah, but he did give names of individuals with a criminal record. It was just from the previous administration.
Right.
It wasn't from.
It was the administration of
his time.
Current Senator Joanne Brown's time at the port. So it was rather incomplete. But just with the tone of that, Senator, I wasn't sure when the hearing was resolved, if you were planning to continue it or if you were satisfied, or you kind of maybe just looking at what was said and figuring things out from there.
Right. And so, you know, the GM, you know, he stated that he's been in this position as a senator for 14 years. And I respect that and I get it. And so it should be understandable that when we call for an oversight hearing, when there's a community concern, that it's okay to provide the information requested or to be transparent. In all matters, right? If you feel like you have done nothing wrong. And so, and I've dealt with, you know, in my short time as a senator, I've dealt with these type of situations where the directors or the GMs are displeased with oversights, and I've actually had someone walk out. And so, but, you know, I work for the people of Guam. There's a community concern about the hiring process that occurred at the port. And so let's just get down to it. If there is nothing that prohibits you from doing it in the law, if you've done everything in accordance with your personal rules and regulation, then let's discuss that. Let's discuss how, you know, some areas that we can improve upon, because it's just that. I mean, I understand that, you know, there was concern. However, we did receive a file. And so we went to the CSC and we asked the CSC, you know, to show that we're trying to show if there's any consistency with this type of practice, right? If this occurred in a previous administration and if it's occurring now, you know, if we see this and see what laws that they use to defend that practice, then we can address that specific section. And that was the reason why I asked for a previous administration, for those years in the previous administration and current. So we can look at the laws and the rules and regulations that address that section and see where we can improve it. So I had to write the CSC for an update because we received documentation that shows that one of the concerns that were brought up in the community dated, the hiring was in fiscal year 2021. And so I'm going back to the CSC, I believe March 2nd, to explain that we also need to look at fiscal year 2021. I asked them if they could just add it into the current request that I had, but they said that they're going to handle it as a completely separate case. And so I'm hoping that the CSC will take the case and we can move forward from there. The challenge here is really, are we hiring on merit? And that's the question. And we received some of the applications and resumes of the people for a certain position. And those applications, it seems that there was at least 10 people qualified for the job or had greater responsibilities within that job that they were applying for. And so maybe we need to look at the government's merit system and how do we fix the merit system and make sure that the people that are qualified for the job do have an opportunity to get the job. I'm still trying to work my head around that. I'm researching other states, other countries to see how we can improve, but not many states have this issue because Guam, you know, that we have there's things we cannot control. We cannot control who we're related to, and we cannot control the influences of the people we're related to. And then if you don't listen to the people that you are related to, then then you're being disrespectful, you know.
Yeah.
They say Tati respecter, right? So
Tough.
you know,
tough
these
one.
are some of the challenges we're facing because of our dynamic. We can't control that.
Yeah.
And so
I think anytime
we
when,
can fix it. We can fix the process.
when you involve family, Senator, I mean, I'm guilty of it too. We're all biased to our family, and that's why it's important to maintain the standards when family enters the picture. You know what I mean?
Yes, and that's very important to me too. Many times I have done a lot of things that my family does not agree on, but I believe in my heart that I was put here by the people and I'm supposed to do my job. And so and many times I try to explain that, and that I hope they respect that. And if they don't, then I'm sorry, I cannot control what you do, but I'm going to do my best to do my job for the people.
So you basically say sorry, not sorry. Bree?
What position were you talking about? You said where there were 10 applicants.
I don't have it in front of me, but it's the position that Frankie Roslin applied for.
Oh wow!
So I believe it's a program coordinator position, but I want to get it specific because we even have the job description requirements, like the KSAs, the knowledge, skills, and abilities for it.
So you're saying that 10 other people other than Mr. Roslin applied, or 9 other people?
No, there are a lot of people that applied for that job.
Oh, wow.
More than 10?
Yes. There's there's a lot of people. And so we went through it and we have a listing, and there's probably like 5 very good candidates that have experience, that have degrees. I think even one had their master's, but I have to verify.
What?
And so we want to, so we, if it's something that we need to look at as far as like a merit system, how do we improve this process, then let's do so.
Wow. So basically everything we've been saying is true, is that there was a lot of people who were probably more qualified for this job, but somehow Mr. Roslin was the top ranked candidate. Now, Senator, I don't know if you have an HR background, but just looking at the list, I mean, just offhand, making an assessment on your part, would you agree that Mr. Roslin was the best candidate for the job? Or let me rephrase that, because I don't want to.
Really put me on a spot.
No.
Here.
I mean, but it's not really a spot, and that's what I said when I was talking before he brought you on. Is that it's not our fault that he is who he is. It's not our fault. They put him in this position, and they drew attention to it. And so did he appear, I guess? And it's so bad. Senator, I just got to say, it's so bad that a sitting senator doesn't even want to say if she thinks the guy was qualified. That's how bad it is. That's how tough this environment is.
It's just because things get spun, and things get misinterpreted.
Right.
And so, there was a vetting process. And if, people will say, what, you don't agree with my vetting process, and then now I'm the bad guy again. You don't work at the port. You've never worked at the port. So how can you say our vetting process is wrong? We're doing everything within the personnel rules and regulations. They were vetted by a panel, and it was sent to me, and this was recommended. And so the process was put in place, right? And so now we're looking at, is there a way that we can improve this process?
Yeah.
And so it's not that, I just want to make sure that people don't spin it to make it seem like we're going after an individual or going after an agency. That's not the case here.
I know. Senator,
the case is how do we improve this process?
I think people see through that, though. And what Senator is referencing, and we've all seen it, was when she started to kind of go hard on the port, they started attacking her, and they started saying, oh, Senator Nelson thinks everybody at the port is on drugs. Like, the GM actually let those words come out of his mouth. How irresponsible is that? It's so irresponsible, Senator. And that's why I have a problem with, I guess, you reacting to that. Like, that's why they did it. They said that. They said that you're attacking the employees, so the next time you come out and you get asked a question, it's in your head that, oh, God, if I say something, they're going to say I'm attacking. We know you're not attacking the employees. GM Roy Respicio, he knows it too. They all know it. You're just doing your job.
Yes, I'm just doing my job.
All right. So you don't think he was the most qualified, in other words? Or it appears that might have been candidates who had education and maybe more qualifications. But let me ask you this, right? Because that's how they're holding us up, is they're saying, oh, it went through the merit system process. Do you believe that it's possible for an agency to influence the merit system? I mean, how hard would it be for when we talked about it, I feel like if there is a panel and they see this name and they know who it's connected with, you might not even need to tell them. They might just say, oh, okay, that's Rory. It's good. Put him on the top. So that's why I'm not really confident that when we say, oh, it went through the merit system, that the merit system is not, above like influencer. I think they can finagle it.
I think that's the challenge that we deal with living in Guam. And you see it not just in the port, you see it also in our public safety agencies. You see it in other agencies, because it's difficult in Guam. The connections are so close, they're so intertwined, and the rules and regulations are so old. And so this is something we need to address. We need to evolve our personal rules and regulations, and so we can give everyone a fair chance based on merit. This was the whole purpose for the French Revolution, is because those that had the power were placing other people in positions, and it wasn't a meritocracy. So let's improve this. Let's see how we can make it a meritocracy for jobs that are open in the government, especially now because our unemployment rate is so high.
Right. Good point there, Senator. Wade, I really like how you're trying to stay above all the fray and the noise.
Yes, I want to state facts. I don't want to, create my feelings or someone else getting emotional and stuff like this. That's not about that.
Yeah. So when you look at the
facts,
facts,
a process flawed. Let's fix the process.
Yeah, that's good. Really? I'm just saying, if you look at the facts.
You. I have to go to a public hearing.
No, we want to talk.
You were discussing earlier.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, so what is your position on the official misconduct bill?
Well, Chris was saying, giving people a second chance is something good and stuff like that. But yeah, if you were working in the government and I think it doesn't matter if you're on probation and you haven't served your time and you haven't completed it, then that's something that needs to be reconsidered to let you back into the government. I think you need to finish your time to include your probation, and then then the government has the authority to hire. But on another side, I think also that that we ask businesses to employ people as well, right? We're going through this process of saying, last term we passed the I think it was the Fair Chances Act. So it was Senator Torres's bill, right? To ensure that, people had a fair opportunity to apply for a job and to receive a job. And so if the government is placing this burden just on the private businesses, the government should also be willing to share the burden as well. And so I think this is something that we need to discuss. I think there are positions in the government where people can be placed with the mistakes that we've made in our past. And there are some positions where you just can't be placed. And so if you're doing one thing and put in a position that is also vulnerable to the same thing that was performed, then there's an issue there. So like if you were caught for embezzling funds and then you're a cashier, you don't want to do that. You don't want to put them in that same position.
So you haven't decided.
Well, we have to discuss it public,
Right.
Right.
I don't have all the answers, and I need to look at the law, and I have to, see what other dialogue was happening in the past and dialogue happening across the world. I need to get different perspectives to really discern on the situation. But yeah, it's how do we meet this? How do we balance it, to ensure that those that are hired in the government are protecting the interests of the people that they serve.
Right.
And so,
I also wanted to ask you, because you did have I think it was an oversight hearing with the Port Authority, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, not port. I'm sorry, customs.
Oh yeah,
Wrong
yeah,
customs.
yeah.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, and so we did have Mr. Pareto on. And
Ooh, boy, did we!
We were talking about inspections and how they're putting a majority of their drug
sniffing dogs
at
the post
over
office.
At the post office, and he couldn't tell us how many inspections were actually conducted at the Port Authority. Did he let the committee know how often they had been to the port to do inspections? Because those are the most reliable way.
Right. And so it is not clear. It has not been very clear. And so I am meeting with the chief of customs, I think it's this week or next week, to really get into the weeds of what he was trying to say. That they're applauding customs and quarantine for the job that they're doing at the post office, but very little discussion is being focused on our other port of entry, which is at the port.
Yeah.
And so, and the airport. And so there were no flights coming in the airport during COVID. So, and there was a lot of containers coming in. There was a lot of shipments coming in through the port during COVID.
Right.
As a matter of fact, they increased their revenue, I think, by 4.1 million to some kind of extent. So, what happened during this time? Where were your people prioritized? Was it prioritized where there was an influx of containers, or have you even done that? Do you have the resources to do that? And that's interesting because he doesn't say that he needs resources to do these functions. And so I think I need to sit down with him and just really understand where he's coming from, and to fix it, to see if it's the resources that he lacks, or I'm not getting any concrete information.
Right.
And so that's not
kind of troubling,
I don't think
right?
that is satisfying. Yes, it's concerning to me, very concerning.
Senator, I felt like when we asked him that question, it was like a really simple question. And I feel like if I was the customs director, and I'm not trying to be the customs director, God and hell no, but I would be like, oh, that's easy. We do an inspection every week. We go here, we do that. But I mean, he couldn't even say when the last inspection was. So that was just, so I can send it. I'll send it to you. But yeah, we said, hey, so they had some kind of joint thing the week we interviewed him. He said, yeah, this week we had one. And then we said, how about before that? And he was like,
He said we have to get a request from the supervisor, and so
When was the last time
you got that request? But yeah, again, he couldn't say. But just in your opinion, because you've had oversight over customs, right? Last term,
right?
No, the previous.
Well, I'm sorry. You were public safety.
Yeah.
But or vice chair of public safety. Do you believe that drugs are coming in through the port?
I believe that the containers are not being inspected as well as they should be. And from statistics, we see that the drugs that are being, found, for lack of a better word, right, or discovered or intercepted is at the post office. And so I don't know why for so long we're washing our hands. It seems that they're washing their hands and saying, there's nothing coming in through the port. Well, the reason why there's nothing coming, or they don't have any data or statistics for the port, because we're not inspecting the port. And so I think we need to improve that. I think we need to take a look and provide the resources they need to improve it. Now, they might come back with, oh, you need to give us 150 personnel if you want us to inspect the port. And I just think that is an egregious request. I think that there's a process that we can improve. And if you really want to prioritize inspecting the port, then you would put that effort to inspect the port. Be mindful that our post office, our mail usually goes through Hawaii, right? And so it's vetted twice over. And it's kind of like they anticipate that they know they're going to find something when it reaches Guam. And so why don't we put that same emphasis at the port?
Right.
Well, and so I'm going on a walkthrough, I think within the next week or so, with Customs and Quarantine and the port GM to understand the flow through process from when the ship ports to the containers moving off of the port, and to see each role in action as we move the cargo throughout the port and into the public. And so I think that would give me a better understanding of where some of the gaps will be, and we will work to fill those gaps.
What time is that?
I have to check. It's sometime next week or the week after.
You better wear your Kevlar.
Maybe we could, well, I mean, if Rory's cool with it, if we could come down and shoot video and do a story on it.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. She's like, get real. No, but Senator.
You have to. Yeah, you have
You
to
will.
ask him. Like,
You
you
will.
know, it's been very territorial, even in the previous years, right?
Yeah.
Even in the previous administration, it was very difficult for the port's concern is they want to make sure that this is from when I was the oversight chair, that they wanted to make sure that there was no stoppage in getting goods out to the community. And so it seemed like it was a battle for Customs and Quarantine to perform their duty at the port. But now the GM is very open and welcoming to Customs and Quarantine. Please come down. There's something you need to do, come down. So he's been very, open to that. So you got to give him that much.
Yeah, we did a whole Facebook Live. Chris, you went down there. And did
Yeah,
a
for
whole
Port
thing.
Week. Yeah. Now they're mad at me though, but it was cool back then.
Okay, thank you guys. I have to go.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Senator.
Senator, come back anytime. Let's come back anytime. We love having you on. There you go, Senator Talina Nelson.
Yeah, she's got to go to that 9 a.m.
Yeah,
public hearing on
which is
official
currently
misconduct.
going. Yeah. I agree. I really agree that we got to do more with Customs, because what's happening now is you're getting the port GM saying like, oh, there's no evidence of drugs coming in here. Well, you can't really say that unequivocally if we're not doing the inspections that we need to do. And you can't really say that when every law enforcement person says, "Oh,
they're doing the inspections." The customs officers are checking it, and the what did he say, the X-ray thing?
Mm-hmm.
It's just the drug dogs.
Yeah,
they're the ones that are the reliable ones to go out and sniff out these drugs.
Yeah, and that's why I was.
And he was saying that we don't have enough dogs. We don't have any
there's
trainers.
a
The
lot
trainers
of,
are off island or in training or whatever it was.
Jonelle Rama writes in here, can you please tell her that maybe the drug dealers are having you guys focus on the post office so that all the resources are in one spot and now the port is open, specifically for the lack of Guam's resources? Yeah, I mean, you're right, Bree. When we have the chief of customs and he can't really tell us when they have had inspections down there with the dogs, then it's troubling, because that means it's not happening enough. Yeah. All right. Or not happening, right. 9:35, Sergeant Paul Tapau is standing by in the KUAM News Zoom room. We'll go in with him next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Catch The Link on Breeze 93.9.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. Hungry? Grab your phone, open the app, make the order. Done! Satisfy your cravings in a safe, quick, convenient way. Make the dash to Uno Go now. uno-go.com or download at the App Store today.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Comment from our buddy the Crank. He writes in here, and this is on our last conversation with Senator Talina Nelson. I think Saipan Customs has a decent process. Apparently, the street price of meth in the CNMI is high due to the demand. CNMI Customs and ports of entry have a decent process of intercepting incoming drugs. I don't think a phone call up north would hurt. That's a good idea, Frank. Thanks.
You could call
maybe that'll get
for a couple other things too.
Yeah, maybe that'll get Chief Pareto going here on Guam as we bring the CNMI Customs guy in. Bree, what do you think? Bring him in here and have him be like, "This is how we stop the meth." Blah blah blah, and this is what you guys aren't doing, and then maybe they'll be like, "Oh yeah, CNMI, huh? Watch this. Hold my beer, or not. Shouldn't have a beer. You can tonight though. I mean, with the bars reopening. What time is it, Jay?
5 o'clock.
Bars and taverns open at 5 o'clock.
Right on.
Yep, the fundraiser is at 5:30.
There you go. Coincidence? There are no coincidences, guys.
So I wonder how busy the police department's going to be.
Well, funny you should mention the police department, Jay, because look who we got here. The KUAM News Zoom room from the Guam Police Department, Sergeant Paul Tapau. I guess first question, are there checkpoints tonight?
No, we have no scheduled BWI checkpoints to celebrate the 1 year hiatus of the bars and taverns. But it's my duty as a police officer, as a father, and of course a brother of the Guamanians. We, as a former crash investigator, I can never stress this too much to the community. For those of you that are going out to celebrate the openings of the bars and the tavern, we kindly ask and we greatly encourage that you do your part. I mean, we did our part for a year, almost, during the pandemic and bringing the numbers down. And it's indicative of what we've actually done as a community. Sadly, over the weekend, we reported our second fatality. And again, as a former crash investigator from the Highway Patrol Division, that has always been our goal, was to really limit or to zero down our fatalities on the roadway. But, we anticipated the bars opening and, constant reminding the community that do your part, be responsible, and designate a responsible sober driver should you choose to indulge and celebrate in adult alcohol beverages. And again, with the passage of cannabis, it's always wise again to, designate a responsible driver. It's going to be some joyous times out there, come tonight or come 5 o'clock, but, rest assured, we still have our beat officers, we still have our COVID response task force, and we still have operations within the Guam Police Department that will be out and about. So please, the community of Guam, designate a responsible sober driver.
When you say out and about, GPD going to be making their rounds to the bars to make sure that they're complying with all of the safety guidelines, that nobody's dancing, nobody's singing along.
It's going to be interesting. I don't want to say challenging. I want to say interesting because, we've worked with Department of Public Health and Social Service, and I know the last time we had this interview, you had asked how many citations have we been issued, and I was able to get it, listen to Ms. Robigo's interview, and she mentioned that the courts have received 8 citations of violations. So, making our rounds with Department of Public Health and Social Service, our officers have been briefed about what we can do with, the executive order. And, it's going to be twofold, really. When you really look at it, the owners of the establishments are going to really do their due diligence in ensuring that everybody's safe, but they're also going to remind their patrons that, hey, don't screw this up for us, we waited a year. So, to be in full compliance, it's going to take time. I think, we do have the power of discretion in both, issuing a citation, of course, understanding some of the circumstances that may prevail as we open the bars and the taverns. But rest assured that, should any acts or incidents warrant an arrest, we will make and effectuate an arrest. We've been doing that since the pandemic. The MAGIC reports have been showing a significant uptick of DUI arrests, and of course with the possession of crystal methamphetamine. It's unfortunate that, we were, the great, the good senator was talking about, crystal methamphetamine and so forth. But, should anything warrant the actions of the Guam Police Department, we can either issue a citation or use our discretion, issue a citation, of course, or effectuate an arrest. So, it's going to be interesting tonight. I don't want to say challenging, but it's going to be really interesting to see how we move forward after 1 year of, the hiatus of the bars and the taverns being open.
So you guys gonna be busting people for like doing the Cabbage Patch or the Running Man or anything like that out on the dance floor? I mean,
you can cha-cha you can do the cha-cha 6 distance, 6 feet apart. But me, I like to get up close and personal. I love turning, I love holding, and
you're gonna get a ticket, Sarge. You're gonna get a ticket.
He likes to get up.
It's gonna be fun. I think everybody that has worked towards this, Mary Rhodes has been, I want to say, on a weekly basis with your show. That's really good, having the GHRA talk and having the awareness level. And I think that's really important, is the awareness level. We reached, I guess, a milestone from 1 year to where we are now. And we've had the reopening last year, and of course it immediately shut down because of the high numbers, and of course the second surge that happened with the positivities and stuff. So, the bars, the restaurants, the whole industry has worked in doing their part, and we just ask the patrons to really adhere to the rules and regulation and more importantly, be responsible. And, once you step out of the establishment and you venture into the roadways of Guam, we want to prevent any fatalities, but, we will, our officers will make arrests for any DUI infractions or DWI infractions.
All right. So let's go back. So GPD, they're going to be out and about, monitoring people out on the roads and things like that. So I did want to go into, is there any new information on that fatality that occurred over the weekend? Have there been any arrests or the identification of the individual that passed away?
Okay, so we have 2 fatalities that we reported, right? I want to highlight that we are waiting for one. We're waiting for one confirmation for the auto pedestrian fatality that happened in Route 10. So apparently we've made contact with a family member. We're just waiting to meet with the family member. There's some circumstances that happened during the transit from from off island to the island of Guam. So we're going to wait for that, but it's assuring that we're able to make contact with that individual. Now, I'm going to, other than what was reported over the weekend with the 8-year-old victim, we've yet to identify, because we're still waiting for family members to really move forward with the next of kin and notifying them. And some of these cases too are waiting for an autopsy to be performed. So that's one of the things that we're waiting for. So once we get everything into in line with our investigators from the Highway Patrol Division, we should be putting more information to the media and the greater community.
So no arrests in either case?
Not at this time. No citation or arrest has been. This is an ongoing case in both the Route 10 auto pedestrian fatality and the 2 auto crash that occurred over the weekend in Route 16 Army Drive.
What about Michael Castro, the missing
We are
persons
still,
case?
We're going to continue to work that. That's not a cold case. I want to assure the family. I know the mom has, God bless her soul. We continue to make contact with her. Our investigators may, at one point during the course of the other investigations, such as the shooting incident that happened in Dededo, the recent shooting that happened in Agate, and of course the homicide or the death incident that happened in Santa Rita, may have taken the resources that were focused on that. Now we've pretty much closed those cases, and our investigators are moving back to the cases that they've been working on. But I think, moving forward with the Michael Castro missing persons investigation, she's been in communication, not just my understanding with the investigating officer, but also the supervisors and of course the respective commands. So, there's some dialogue and there's still communication going on with that case, but it's still classified as a missing person. So, we're back in full swing working those previous cases that our detectives were pulled from.
You mentioned the Agate shooting, so we had Anthony Ignacio arrested, the driver, and then we had Randy Analta, the alleged gunman. When he was busted and when he was picked up, captured in Agate, he had drugs in his backpack, right? And so we never really heard anything about like a motive as to why they went and shot Jesse Kichai. Do you know, or can you say, was it drug related, or what was the reason behind?
Not to really expound, because of the fact that again, there's a due process, right? So we want to respect both the accused and of course the rights to due process. And of course, we go through this a lot, where the information that's shared with the Guam Police Department about a significant case, and of course, when an arrest has been made, moving forward with a magic report or a magistrate report, you have a greater information as to the motive as to why. And moving with Mr. Nalta's arrest, we've indicated that we've identified through the investigation that he was a part of the incident, or he was identified within the incident of the shooting of the 34-year-old victim. So I guess, the best thing that we can do is really wait, because again, our duty is to ensure that we get a conviction, and one of the rights of due process, we try not to really expound that where we may infringe or hamper the case moving forward for the prosecution side. But we were able to close that case. Now everything is now with the office of the Attorney General. But with the motive, I don't have the information as to a motive behind the shooting incident that occurred down at Agate.
Okay. You know, it doesn't really matter what P-Corps we're in. The Guam Police Department never stops working. But are there any changes to services that GPD is offering now that we're in P-Corps 3?
Other than the availability now of records and ID section open to walk-ins, that was released, I believe, a week ago, with the exception of firearms because of appointments that needs to be made. But, you know, we are adjusting accordingly with the demands of the community. We were able to catch up in a timely manner. We had a backlog during the P-Corps 1, and of course, moving into appointments with the records and ID section with our services sites. You know, the hardworking men and women, you know, down at our records and ID section, and of course, our recreational boating and our Army division have saw the, you know, it was overwhelming to see the numbers of names that needed to be addressed and serviced to, and of course, in time we were able to chip away and bring the numbers down to where we can now safely operate from 8 to 2 p.m. Walk-ins, and of course, for those with those constituents that are requesting police documents. Other than the changes with the added hours and of course availing the services to walk-in clients at the records and ID, we're going to adjust accordingly to see the needs and demands. And I think right now we're assessing the Army division, you know, because there's a requirement for some face-to-face contact with the you know, the representative from the Guam Police Department and of course the constituent or the customer in getting questionnaires. So these are things in which we need to control and of course to ensure the safety, you know, in such a manner. But other than with the Services Bureau side, the added additional hours and of course the added walk-in to our customers was the only thing that we made adjustment to service the community.
You know, I got to ask, Paul, because we have been seeing a lot of different violent crimes happening on this on the island, but I'm wondering if you could just kind of go over the Castle Doctrine law for us, and what are my rights as a resident? I'm in my home, and someone tries to break in.
So you pretty much have the right to defend yourself. You know, retreating back into the home, locking, and in the event, you know, this law, the Castle Doctrine law, gives you the right as a homeowner to properly defend yourself in accordance, all right, with prudent or knowledge that your life is endangered. You know, so you have every right to defend yourself, so you can safely either retreat or properly defend yourself within your home. So, you know, understanding the law in its entirety, it really protects you as a homeowner or you as an individual. You know, there was some case precedents that was argued and of course brought forth with the Castle Doctrine on Guam. But you know, this gives you the right as a homeowner to properly defend yourself with different means in ensuring that you and your family members are safe within the confines of your home. You know, as it only deals with the home in itself. It doesn't deal with the yard or your exterior property, your your 2 doors, your 4 corner walls, and of course your windows. Should anything be breached and there's immediate threat to you and your family, you as a citizen, you have a right. And you know, again, there's rooms for, you know, there's rooms for interpretation and how we determine the law or interpret the law. There's many other ways in which it can be interpreted, but in layman's terms, it's really you as a homeowner have the right to defend yourself.
So if I'm at my house and I'm just coming home and I'm getting out of my car and someone tries to attack me, would I be protected under the Castle Doctrine law?
If you're in your car?
Yeah, I'm pulling up to my house from work.
Depending so there are things that to consider, right? So it gives you it really, you know, if you have reasonable belief, right, or prudently to think that your life is in danger, your first means is to escape, right? How can you escape? If being able to escape or flee further in is not an option because they've already penetrated the 2 doors and of course the 4 corner walls, you know, that's when you can, you know, things need to be the thought process of how to deploy CASA doctrine or, you know, the interest. I mean, really, there's a lot of things to think about. And I think as a you know, in layman's term, it's really a lot to process. So understanding the law, but if you have every means to escape, you know, your best bet is to really escape. I can't say whether you're justified in which actions you take, because, you know, we have to look at the full totality of everything, other circumstances that exist. These are things in which our investigators will look into, whether there was a, you know, a means of escape or a means of retreat, or versus you had nowhere to go. You know, this is the only confines that you know of. And of course, you felt there was a immediate threat to your body, you know, to your safety, and of course, to your family members. So we have to look at the full totality of the circumstances that persisted with, or that is there or existed with the incident that has occurred or has happened.
By any chance, have you guys seen an increase in people applying for firearms permit or licenses?
I know because of the backlog and everything, and this is prior to COVID, that we are still working, and that's why we have yet to make the adjustments to the services side with the Army and the you know, with the appointments and stuff, and we're still keeping at that. To take the stats and data to show that there's an increase because of this. If we look at what's happening nationwide, there's a shortage of ammunition because of, you know, the COVID situation that's happening nationwide. So people purchasing firearms in the States are experiencing the same problems that we're facing here as responsible gun owners, is purchasing ammunition and stuff. Now, whether there is an uptick based on what the perception of COVID was going to bring when it first, you know, was when the outbreak first happened, you know, people were doomsday, you know, World War Z type of preparedness and everything, right? We don't know whether that was attributed to that. We don't know whether the backlog is attributed to pre-COVID, where people were still applying or were in the process of applying for firearms ID, you know, is attributed to COVID because of the pandemic. There's a lot of factors that are being looked into that's happening stateside that's affecting everybody within the territories too. Like for us to purchase, me personally, to purchase certain ammunitions, it's challenging because the demand is so high in the greater continent United States versus, you know, same thing here. So understanding whether it's attributed to the pandemic, it's really hard to gauge or tell.
No, I wasn't even thinking COVID. I was thinking like drugs, because drugs is just everywhere.
That, you know, again, that's really hard to gauge. You know, I mean, the beautiful thing about it is that there's a tedious process in which you have to go through. I think Guam has one of the more strict laws and requirements for obtaining a firearms ID. You know, I mean, you go in continental US, you can just go to the gun shop, present a driver's license, and you're good to go with a firearm. Here, there's a waiting period. You do have to get some clearance and everything, fingerprints and stuff. So, you know, we do have a strict requirement, and that's attributed to being a responsible gun owner in Guam. But, you know, you do have those that don't want to follow the system or don't want to adhere to the laws, where they just purchase, you know, are able to obtain a firearm unlawfully based on the fact that, you know, it's accessible to them. But, you know, again, to attribute that to one or two things, it's really hard to gauge it on.
Okay. Well, we're out of time, but we're just real quickly, because we did have a question from one of our viewers. It was due to the delay at DMV for the driver's license section, would GPD honor the documents from driving schools if the individual has passed all courses and get an appointment soon enough?
Yep.
Yes.
We're still following the moratorium with DMV. We understand the backlog that they have. So you're still good to go so long as she has the supporting document.
All right.
Oh, Sergeant, I had one more because we had Daphne on, and Daphne had said that the Revenue Tax is, they've implemented, I think, a 6-month waiver for vehicle registrations. So that means that people who have expired vehicle registration have up to 6 months to extend it. But I see in the Magis, a lot of the pullovers you guys get are from people with, you know, expired tags. So is the Guam Police Department aware of this new guidance from Revenue Tax? Okay.
Yes, we are. We follow the moratorium that's set for renewal and, of course, driver's license and vehicle registration. Okay. You know, they give specific dates and months when and where. You know, you are in that time frame. If you happen to have a tag that's showing 2019, you know, I mean, it's prudent enough for us to say that, hey, you know, this is way before the pandemic.
Right.
You know, within that time frame. So, you know, I mean, there are things that, you know, we keep our command staff at rest. That's, of course, relate down to our respective supervisors and, of course, the patrol officers. So they're well aware of that. So, you know, I mean, these are things in which we, you know, understand that there is a pandemic, and, of course, the condition of, you know, where we are with the core levels and everything, and how to obtain a renewal of a driver's license or your vehicle registration. We follow that in accordance to where DMV is at, or Department of Motor Vehicle is at, and of course the Licensing Bureau for the Revenue and Taxation.
All right. Thanks, Paul.
Roger that. You guys stay safe, man. You know, it's going to be interesting tonight, so we'll keep you guys abreast if anything should happen.
I'll be watching from the safety of my recliner.
Roger that.
Thank you, Sarge.
Take care, guys.
Okay,
Right,
see you.
Stay safe.
Yep. We got our own happy hour. 10:02. Good job today, Bree.
Good job, Chris.
Good job, Joe, sir. Jason Salas. I think you're totally worth 65 grand and then some.
Just please, if you do plan on going out tonight, be responsible, be safe, wear your mask, don't dance.
No,
don't sing along.
No singing along, no cheering.
Yeah.
And remember, guys,
Oh, hold on, Jack, go
it's
ahead.
the actual bars who are asking you to do what's right, because they don't want to have to close again.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay. 10:03. Guys, it's been great. Thank you for jamming with us on this episode of The Link. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Hasta adios.
BC Primetime tonight kicks off at 7 with Young Rock, Keenan, This Is Us, and Nurses, followed by...